Hello there. I've been on mute because I'm just preparing things. It's taking a little longer than intended. We're beginning a tabletop role-playing game session. You are early, very early. In fact, we haven't started, so about as early as it can conceivably get. It's the starting soon screen, but I am just now finishing up what I need to for sake of a play. What is Warhammer? It is a setting, more or less. A distinct world that this is set in, and the game that we're playing. It's a bit of both. They have models and such that people are a lot more familiar with. But in this case, it's, tabletop role-playing game, more like Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing you'd expect. So basically, it's set in a very grim sort of feudal-style future. A world still of, lords and gothic things ruled by faith and autocracy, but in space, with a very grim and gothic aesthetic to it. The story today is going to follow... find something. Is going to follow a group of thieves and so forth in their attempts... There we go. In their attempts to pull off a heist, which I have not told them about yet. They only know their roles for it. They're going to be gathering, pre-planning something off of a blueprint that I have laid out for them, and seeing if they can pull off this heist. Set in the dark future of Warhammer 40k, etc. In the depths of a colossal city that spans practically a whole planet. Failure will mean certain termination, as the powers that be are very loath to permit any kind of infractions against the authority of their theocracy. That said, I'm going to bring them in. Just asking if they're ready. Everyone's ready. I made sure to save Kermit for last, as usual, just to make sure he doesn't think that I've unforgotten about him. All right, welcome one and all.
Greetings.
That's what I was thinking.
Wow. Whoa.
All right. Is everybody prepared?
Yes.
Yep.
Now,
Prepare to fucking die. Yeah.
we're going to begin specifically focused on Andy and Beltz's characters.
Let's go.
Fix and Elam. I'm just making sure to forget about Kermit again. Hey, you're gonna get a special introduction. It's fine. And
No, he's not. He's just gonna get he's here now.
and also he's here, kind of off camera. We're not even gonna talk about him. But
He's slightly in frame, like you can see his hand.
Yeah, like we got the wrong aspect ratio or something.
Yeah.
We're doing it in 4:3. We shot it in wide. But anyways, demand the role of blatant disfavoritism. That sounds like a very 40k thing, honestly.
Give him that talent.
Oh.
Alright. Music will come on shortly.
I'm ready to turn it the fuck down.
I'm ready to adjust it in general. Here we go. It'll make sense soon what I've got playing. But All things considered, the first step I'd like before I begin narrating is a quick description of Fix and Elam. You can go in whichever order you'd like. Like visual description.
No, I'm gonna pour his heart out. You get his backstory right here and now.
Perfect. Make it a front story.
Fix is a like a late 20s man, blonde hair with
Sorry, I was turning it down.
Stop
And suppose
doing
like
that.
I suppose you get the same bug as Toast where it goes up whenever I turn it down, like it resets.
Yeah.
Oof. Try the global volume controls instead of the song-specific ones. Anyways, go on.
Okay, yeah. Standing at about 6 feet tall. Very lithe, but still managing to be muscular.
You're leaning away from your mic too much. It keeps cutting out a bit.
Fuck you!
That's the exact opposite. Don't lean into your mic that much. You gotta like stay perfectly still with your mic.
I know. I hate this thing. It's fucking. It's supposed to be good, but it's just. I think it's my mic settings that are just awful.
Too sensitive.
Yeah. When did I cut off?
You didn't cut out at any point. It was just getting quiet, and I wanted to preemptively make sure.
Okay, gotcha. He's a pretty good-looking guy, for a underworld ganger. He has some, what looks to be some light, cybernetics works in his head and his face. But other than that, he looks, pretty average.
All right.
He's just kind of a good-looking guy.
All right. We're gonna go over Foundry screen now, and I'm gonna place down your tokens as you describe. There he is. Honestly, yeah, he's really good looking. I like him.
Yeah.
TBH. I really like his coat and I like his hair. He's a good looking dude.
Yeah,
Anyways. Next. Elam. The token is not exactly a representative of what he is doing right now, but you get the point.
So fucking funny.
He just walks into the
love
room
that.
constantly doing that. That'd be hilarious. But anyway, go ahead and describe him as is needed.
He's a little bit shorter than 6 foot, and he has a slightly, not like scrawny, but like kind of like malnutritious build to him. He carries himself very well for an underhiver, and he kind of looks out of place. He has robes on, but he keeps the top part kind of like tucked in, so it's like a very, very deep V to show off what little muscle he actually has. But he's 100% completely bald, and there's a look of hope in his eye that you don't really see a whole lot of down here in the Underhive.
All right.
07 to our bald brother.
Is he naturally bald or does he shave it? This is a question that
Was it a
Actually,
conscious
it's not.
choice?
this is funny enough. This is a question that Fix would probably know the answer to, given you guys have likely known each other for years now, at least passively.
Yeah. we were talking about backstory, and we have known each other for like
A while.
probably about a decade now. Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Oh yeah, I forgot to describe this also. So he is very heavily burned, and so like the complete top of his head is burned, and so that's why he's bald. And he has some nasty scratches on like his arms and his chest. And then it's hard to tell if this was him or he got it through fighting, but he has a nasty scar that goes right through one of his eyes, and it's just like it kind of looks too perfect to have been done on accident. different. He also has a revolver on each hip, and then 2 knives on each side of his jacket. Or
All right. So, we begin on the note of the two of you walking into the familiar bar you've spent a large chunk of both your downtime and general youth in. The place is large, sprawling out of a once smaller building, just by what used to be a generally poor section next to the trench. The trench being the depths of the underhive, where it goes deep beneath the waters, and eventually, I'm going to start from the top one, eventually hits the, trenches at the bottom of the ocean, miles below. It's where the worst of laborers go. Damage and all sorts of ailments are common down there. It's the absolute pits. But this place used to be similar, and sitting at the edge has grown into something much more prosperous, under the indirect rule of a crime lord known simply as the Proprietor, although you likely don't see him as much. Most in the area see him more as the avuncular figure of the region, who helps bring peace and prosperity to the people, as the community father figure. He's a talkative and charming man, getting up there in age, and the two of you likely know him, if not by name, then perhaps by sentiment, more like father, in a direct sense, rather than a communal one. You're familiar with him. Very much so. That said, you enter the bar. As usual, it's crawling with patrons, most of whom are hushed, whispering over deals and the like, or elsewise lingering. It's multi-storied, and people seem to often idle, swinging their legs off of upper balconies, or elsewise finding odd spots, to the point where the place is teeming with people, and a thin layer of low-stick smoke. There's always a smell of alcohol in the air, be it fine or the foulest you can imagine. They have a habit of being able to procure just about anything here, whether you'd expect it or not, even if it isn't always coming in the best of conditions. He's very able to supply what you need. Perfect for jobs. That said, you know today's going to be an odd one when the two of you walk in, casual as can be, and find the place is quiet. That's not normal. The place usually has an atmosphere about it. Maybe it's hushed, but it's never quite quiet. People are usually talking about something, even if they keep it to themselves, and that creates a constant buzz with how many people go here for the safety that the Proprietor can provide. But right now, he's stood behind the bar counter with 2 other people at his side, and one at his side, one in front, I should say. At his side, he has his elbow rested against the counter and his hand up, to the point where he's looking at his palm every now and then as he flexes his fingers on one of his mechanical arms. The arm is designed almost like the armor you'd expect of a Voidsman at arms, where it's quite baroque and bronze of styling. It's nice, but it's not necessarily expensive. It's showy but simple. That said, the vitals of it are exposed, as at his side is someone in the distinctive red of the Adeptus Mechanicus, tinkering on the mechanics of his arm. The thing is somewhat prone to malfunction, especially as he's had it so long and seems to refuse to seek any kind of replacement in spite of his wealth and access to all sorts of potential resources. Still, he has a tech adept at his side working on it. Not quite a full priest, surely, but in front of him, stood over the counter talking to him, stern and firm, is an enforcer. They don't usually dare come down here. Now, Kermit, you want to describe your character?
Of course. The tech adept that is there, that is currently working on the limb, seems to be rather, in a strange sense of the word, ordinary in comparison to perhaps some of the more higher-ranking members of the Cult of Mechanicus. Namely, he seems to have most of his human bits intact, save for one arm seems a little bit almost misshapen under the robes that you can just barely see the outline of his limb. His digits even look a bit odd as well, as if though something has happened to the flesh itself. Even the side of his head, where you can faintly see the outline of wires connecting to one eye. The very tissue around the whole ocular section seems to be almost genetically modified to a very vague sense, as he is entirely and wholeheartedly focused on his work, yet one thing that he can't seem to shake off of his face is a look of concern. Though at what is anyone's guess.
So, any immediate reaction as you walk into the bar to this site from Fix or Elam?
Yeah, Fix is immediately, like, bristling, basically, at the sight of an enforcer in the bar. Kind of eyeing him up, looking around, trying to judge what exactly is the situation.
So, for Perlman's sake, to describe they call him the proprietor. That's sort of his code name in the underworld, but you've been introduced on a first name basis at this point, and moreover, the enforcer has no time for that code name and is just referring to him by his name, Kelter Longfellow. He says it fella instead of fellow, but that's just the way he talks. So, he is tall, broad, muscular, getting a bit fat in his old age. Very dark skin with a bright and light and dark gray mix, frizzy beard. Keeps it groomed, but it seems to naturally get somewhat tangled and in the way very often. You can see parts of it where it seems like some kind of beer grog similar has stained bits around his mouth a slightly different color. He keeps whatever's on his head, be it short hair or shaved, under a larger Gatsby cap you might be familiar with from more dock workers and the like. Keeps his sleeves rolled up, showing off old tattoos, and otherwise dresses simple but nice, and in all ways evocative of the lower class upbringing and surroundings, rather than trying to show off any kind of wealth you'd expect someone like him to have. But he's busy fetching the enforcer a drink, amicable and perfectly open to negotiating, as when he puts it down on the counter, the enforcer immediately backhands it to the floor. You see at that moment nearly everyone go from hushed to staring him down in silence, as the entire bar goes quite passively and quickly to supporting him for even that small show of force. As the enforcer looks around from behind his helmet, and you get the sense he realizes he is quite out of his element.
Fix is one of the ones that also comes to defense.
Both. Elan puts his hands on both of his revolvers at his hip.
You get
Other side of it.
You get a quick side glance from Longfellow at that. He looks over to you with a very stern and unblinking gaze you can already recognize as, don't. No matter what happens, don't. He has a very strict rule, no going after enforcers. And it seems he's willing to uphold that even when they're going after him on his territory, something that never happens.
Fix is gonna put just a gentle hand on Elam's shoulder and just say, "That's not the time."
I know, but don't you remember last time when those fucks was down here? We had to prevent an all-out fucking gang war. The gangers pissed off the upper hive, forsaking one of their damn pillars.
Yes, and we got through it. Not that.
So, there's a click as Perlman's engineering pays off, and what was basically just loose wires from the thing's old age and excessive use had come loose. You managed to snap it all back together where he can perfectly move it again now. He takes a moment looking at his hand as from the wrist it does a little 360 spin. Very articulate for what it is. Before he just pulls up a cutting board from below. It's got some sort of sea creature on it. I would say fish, but it's significantly more alien and odd than a generic fish. Bits of bioluminescence and the like that you're both familiar with add a nice zesty taste to it.
It's the fucking
Sometimes
ixnay fish.
Sometimes it makes your pee glow, though, if you eat too much. Still, the Enforcer begins to speak, and now that everyone's quiet, it's very easy to hear him. You can deny it all you like. I know whoever did this, least I can say they passed through here. To which, Kelther simply responds, well, so did you. And he just shrugs, completely indifferent to whatever accusation is going on. You watch the Enforcer flinch as he does something that he often likes to do just to catch people off guard, which is that the hand of his mechanical arm folds back and from inside comes a large blade, a butcher's knife, as he begins to chop up the fish incredibly quickly, making the Enforcer for a second think a weapon's just been drawn on him before he settles down, one foot already having moved back and his hand having slightly inched towards his gun. At that, he looks up and just leans over with his other elbow now over the fish. If you don't have any proof, I'm going to kindly ask you to move on, sir. There's a stillness, a pause, in which once again the Enforcer surveys the entire room before deciding, this isn't worth it, I'm scared. And he, with as much pride as he can salvage, sternly walks his way out, bumping past the two of you physically on his way out.
Fix just, kind of just turns his head as he watches the Enforcer leave.
Did you say something? Because if so, it cut out.
Huh? Fuck.
You said watches him leave, and then he was trailing away.
He watches the Enforcer leave.
Alright. Anything from Elam?
No, his hands come off the pistols though. But Fix would know that that was 100% a blind threat. He's not good with them at all.
And his, however, last thing.
Your head.
Last thing on his way out, the Enforcer, in a fit of rage and stubbornness, very quickly flicks out his shock maul and smashes the jukebox.
Oh, that's the fucking third time this week.
Perlman, whose gaze during the entire time was focused on the patron's arm, has finally turned somewhere else as he watches this jukebox, this machine, just get needlessly smashed.
Brother.
Fix will turn to the red-robed individual, and just say, "Hey, tech man, can you go fix it, please?"
Perlman just, with a sideways glance, just stares before he looks over at the patron, more or less, just like a silent look of, do I have to bother with it?
He's looking at his hand still, and taking a cloth to wipe the slime of the fish off of the blade before his hand comes back to normal. Good. You can fix that. There's a bit more coin in it for you, boy.
Without a word, Perlman, with a certain almost begrudgment in his stride, moves over towards the jukebox as he begins to work on it. As there is just a slight tinge of sadness in his eyes, looking at where the maul had impacted the machine and just bent so many components out of place.
Good to see everyone doing their jobs. He will walk over to the bar. Lean against it. So tell us what that was all about.
Longfellow slings his now very dirty and slimy cloth over his shoulder, never really caring much for how much gets on his clothes. As he stands up straight and rolls his shoulders. Them horses are getting brave. That's because some of ours are too. We'll talk about it below. Meet you there. He looks over. In spite of talking to you, he's staring at Perlman.
What?
Perlman is. Oh.
I'm sure he has the jukebox in good hands.
I'll meet you down there, he repeats.
Alright. He looks over to Elon and kind of jerks his head towards a door that goes downstairs.
Fine.
Make an easy tech test.
Very well.
Don't roll it through the sheet. We should be doing this Well, you can actually. I don't give a shit. You can roll it either way. It's not.
Wait,
it's just
not
the
roll
whole.
through the sheet?
I don't care actually. I've decided it doesn't matter. Like it's you know if you it's too similar to 4th edition. I don't have the excuse of we should learn to do it manually. It's fine. The only thing that's worth noting for sake of your knowledge is that the success level brackets are slightly different. Instead of 0 to 1, 2 to 3, 4 to 5, 6 plus, it's 0 is marginal, 1 to 2 is a success, 3 to 4 is exceptional, and 5 plus is the crit bracket.
Ooh,
I see.
Oh, okay.
The brackets are lower because you can't talent stack out the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah, you can only take them once, right?
Unless it says otherwise. Usually they have unique
Okay.
functions for taking them multiple times instead. Like fighting styles from Chronicles, where like each time you take the perk, it gives you a new thing to do with that weapon.
That's kind of cool.
It is. I like
So,
it.
so easy, correct?
Yeah, easy tech. Not that bad. There you go.
Sure.
All right. It's as you before you can head downstairs, fix Elam. Longfellow does call for you to wait, quite simply, and pours you both a drink, sliding it down the counter to you.
Wait for what?
Just so he could pass you the drink. He just called for you to wait because he said, "Go. I'll meet you downstairs."
Oh, okay.
By the Emperor, this is gonna be bad. And then I'm gonna.
Cheers to that.
More worryingly, he doesn't answer. But just as you're making your way down the stairs to the private parts of the bar, as in those where he talks about business, wink, wink, you hear an electrical shock and a crunch as Perlman has to brute force it a bit, given that's what got it into that to begin with, but it immediately starts again right where it left off.
Hey!
It just takes a little bit of adjusting of wires to get the sound to stop being as staticky, but it looks like it's repaired with nothing more than cosmetic and superficial damage.
Fuck. Those techies sure know what they're doing.
Perlman
They do.
will stand himself up and dust himself off. His nice clean red robes are now dusty. Oh no.
Longfellow catches your eye and cocks his head towards the same stairs. Given what you've talked about, which you'll figure soon, he is signaling you to go with them. He then heads off
Perlman?
to talk to someone else in
Him?
the bar.
Alright.
Perlman shall head towards the stairs wordlessly.
The tech adept looms over the two of you at the bottom of the stairs. I doubt he elsewise does so. I don't think he was particularly tall, was he?
I
These
don't
two
think
are
I
both
ever even
quite-
rolled for that.
Well, these two are tall, skinny boys, so I was just assuming that he's the shortest of them, but I don't think that's necessarily the case, but you get my point. Anyways,
I use the Cult of Mechanicus science to make myself 8 feet tall.
it's called Mecha still. But,
One of the rust stalkers or whatever the hell it's
Yeah,
called.
the fucking
Yeah,
rest
yeah.
of the Strider things.
Yep.
yeah. So, going down?
Yes.
Yes, our...
So, you make your way down to the little meeting room. It's cozy, is the best way I can put it. It's not particularly big, there's a lot of stuff laid around, but there's really nice, comfy old couches and the like, centered around a table. There's a faint smell of ash in the air, and coming from the ashtray that is on a small table close to the door. You're free to help yourselves, as you know, to glow sticks or anything else that are laid out about the place. At least Vixen and
Absolutely,
Elam are.
100% yes.
Yep.
So,
Just like Kelter. Good old hospitality.
You just see Elam light up a low stick, but then he's gonna go back and put like 4 or 5 in his pocket.
Oh, good man. I'll be grabbing one off you later.
Perlman will obviously opt out of such things, but he shall patiently wait there.
Does he
Oh.
have the rebreather on in character?
That he does. If he was given a drink, I did have something very funny in mind for that.
Sippy straw. Sippy straw through the breathing hole.
one straw for each of those 3 little slits in the art. It is more
Yeah,
efficient.
it's just one of those like fucking golden age stupidly specific inventions.
So, you have a little bit to yourselves, if there's any idle chat you'd like to make among each other.
So, Techman.
I can't
To
hear
the
you.
tech man.
What was that to the tech man? You were too far.
He looks to the tech man.
Perlman, his eyes shall shift over to look at him.
Is the air down here not to your liking?
Yes, what is up with the rebreather? Can't you smell the sweet fumes?
I would prefer not to.
No culture, you people. So, what are you doing here? Just fixing up his arm and music box?
Among other things, yes.
Right. Like what?
Perlman does not respond to that bit. He just continues to wait.
That's good for conversation. So, Iram, what's new with you?
You know, I just had to go make an example out of somebody.
Oh,
You know.
a fun time?
Of course. Some trader from the middle levels decided to not pay back a debt.
I see, a classic.
Mm-hmm. What's up with you?
Yes. Oh, you know, the usual, doing rounds, keeping an eye out.
Mm-hmm.
So boring. Do
It is. But we've had our own adventures, you could call them.
Too true, too true. It's been good though. Remember that hovercar chase? Oh, wish I could go back to that.
I remember that. You seem to remember it a lot more fondly than I do.
Well, yes, of course. I was the one driving the car. You were the one hanging out the passenger seat.
I did manage to have him crash into a building.
You did do that. That was spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I was surprised to hit anything with these bad boys. The revolvers.
Yeah, I need to give you some lessons with those, I feel.
Yeah. I need all the help I can get.
Yeah, you do.
So,
Yeah.
It's at this point near the tail end of your conversation that the door to the upper levels opens. This area isn't sealed by any kind of wooden door or anything. Given that you're near the trenches, the architecture tends more towards like you'd expect to see on something like a submarine or a dreadnought. It's the heavy sealed doors with a wheel in the middle, which also makes this place nigh inaccessible for once you're inside. But with a minimum of effort, Longfellow opens it with just one hand, making his way down the stairs. In his right hand, he has a simple platter with a bowl and a bunch of, well, cut up fish from earlier, and in his left, a rolled up paper. And he's not alone. There's a man behind him. It's hard to exactly pinpoint who or what he is, but he looks local-ish. He looks a little more well-composed. Local, not in the sense of pulled off the street or dragged out of the depths of the trenches, but definitely not from somewhere alien or foreign or anything of the like. You can roll a average lore test. Lore local, if anyone specialized into it, which I don't think they did. But
I don't think I did.
average lore.
That's routine, right?
Is that what did they go to calling it that now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 plus 20 is what I'm looking for. The default.
Intelligence, no. Fellowship.
Ooh. Shall I also attempt to make a lore test as well?
Yeah.
Challenging?
Average.
Average.
Average?
Yep.
Oh.
You can as well, Elam. Oh, we did. This is
You
the
did.
lore. Alright. Both of you succeed. Fix, you don't make much of it. Elam and Perlman, you can recognize him as some kind of sailor, voidsman, anything like that. There's very little distinction between the fashion of the voidsmen and those who actually sail the seas down here, because the cultures are pretty much one and the same. A lot of this place was settled by voidsmen. Even the enforcers take after the Navis armsmen of the Imperium, and have a very similar style to them. Either way, given he looks like he's from down here, he probably sails the bottom of the seas and whatnot, not the stars. But either way, clearly some kind of sailor. He makes his way in, not helping carry anything, though it doesn't necessarily look like he's making Kelter carry it all so much as it looks like the man simply does not have an issue carrying all that stuff. As he drops the rolled up page onto the table, and with one hand begins to try and roll it out, and then use the platter as a paperweight. The platter has, again, cut up bits of fish, finger food ostensibly. It's greasy, it's slimy, and there's a bowl of very thick and heavy dip to go with it.
It's my favorite.
All of his food
Fix.
is incredibly greasy and slimy and covered in thick sauces. That is his style. It is
Hell yeah.
pure sensory overload of just raw carbs and yum.
Tastes like home.
Yeah.
Fix is in there immediately.
Save some for our guest, Fix, he says, making his way to sit. There's a specific spot on one of the chairs where you can see that it looks like at one point it was the softest, but now has been compressed, which is mostly due to his weight being planted in it so often and for so long that it's basically form-fit to him. He does that and brings it over in a way that would scratch up the floor if it was wood. It's metal with a carpet around the table. Exactly. He brings in the chair, and with no idea where else to sit, the sailor takes a seat next to Perlman on one of the couches, elbows on his knees.
Fix is quick to respond to save some from our guests. He just says, well, if he's not quick enough to grab any, that's on him.
Well, he looks to Perlman. Give the boy some time to learn our ways. But he's right.
It is a little bit difficult to tell many of Perlman's expressions with his mouth and nose covered. However, there is a lot that can be conveyed in his eyes as he does look at the tray of food, as there's a small gleam of apprehension. But instead of just ignoring it outright, he does take one. And most curiously enough, the metallic part of the quote-unquote rebreather that's attached to his face, the front of it seems to almost open down like almost a miniature little drawbridge. Just barely enough that he could just drop it in there like some weird trough as it closes back up. There is a moment of just absolute nothing from Perlman before his fist just slowly clenches. Something about that just does not sit right with him. It feels as though he has performed sacrilege against the flesh.
Longfellow lets out a deep, guttural laugh that ripples his chest.
He looks, Fix looks straight to Perlman. I'll pay you 10 solas to not do that ever again.
Perlman does not respond. He is still reeling from the grease ball that he had just inhaled.
Kelter strikes a match off of his own mechanical arm before lighting up a low stick. My food's not to topside taste nor anywhere else. It's local, unique. A lot of things down here are. Now you're from down here. We're a different sort. It's something you don't realise till you meet a lot of people from elsewhere. Our friend here is not from this world. You're on a void ship, he says, flexing the sort of exotic hint to that.
Sorry, friend in reference to...
Perlman.
Got you. Ah, off-worlder, eh?
Yes. An agri world.
What are you doing with the tech shit then? You like farmers?
Even the most simplest of farmers on the simplest of agri worlds rely on some machines from the cult of Mechanicus.
This is true. So what? You just don't need you anymore? So you just come by good old hive world?
You do not need to be concerned over the details. Only I myself must be concerned with them.
Now, speaking of details, I didn't just call you all down here for a friendly chat. We got a job that needs doing. And for you, Roman, this is your chance to earn your keep, you understand?
But he's staying around here.
For a time. We have a little arrangement. But he's learning rule number 1. Nothing comes for free down here.
Damn straight.
Yep.
Take a look, he says, gesturing with his finger and tapping against the map he's laid out.
Look at map.
I drew it like blueprints. I'm really happy with this.
It does look very good.
Whoa.
He begins to gesture around.
I thought I'd recognize his music, sorry.
Yeah. He gestures at it. This is a small dockyard not far from here. Submersibles that traverse the bottom near the trenches. They come here, offload cargo, offload their finds. It's organized, sorted, sent where it needs to go. Mostly run locally, but technically tied to the Adeptus Administratum. That means, small as it
Let's
is...
steal from him.
What?
He'll just cut off and say, we get to steal from him.
Yeah, that's the gist.
Yes.
Don't get too excited. Security's tight for
come
somewhere
on.
so small and simple.
Anything to stick it to the administratum, you know, I'm gonna be excited.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't get too hasty in your excitement then. Priorities. They're twofold. 1. Loot. There's bound to be good stuff in those crates. He gestures to the man, who somewhat awkwardly adjusts his shirt and says, yeah, hi, I'm Riley. He waits for a moment as if it's an AA meeting and you're all supposed to go, hi, Raylig.
You know what? He will say that. Hi, Rayleg.
Yeah, hello. I came in on the HHS Peregrinus, and we've been offloading some interesting stuff. Very interesting. Some of it's, valuables. Been poking around some sunken submersibles, and we've been trading off with far parts of the hive, but, well, he looks back to Kelter, who takes in. Now, who among you heard about the bombing 2 weeks ago? Or no, last week it was meant to be.
Yep.
You can all roll an easy lore local test.
Oh, boy.
Oh shit!
Woo!
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, double crit.
Oh, do doubles crit?
Yeah, I say so.
Okay, good.
Roman,
Nice.
you know about it. More importantly, you know that's why the Enforcer was here. He thinks that Kelter had something to do with it, or at least he knows who did. The other two of you, first of all, you know that he didn't. He has not only denied such, but been thoroughly pissed off that it happened to begin with. For your crit, Elam, you can easily just piece together in your head now that he's brought it up, oh, that must be why the Enforcer is here. Like, you were able to piece that together off the top of your head now that it's come up again. But you know that there was an explosion targeting a shipment. Very valuable stuff from another local crime lord. However, this one isn't exactly on the same level of dreg as the rest of you. This is another local known as the Baron in codename. He's a manufactorum lead, a guildmaster of sorts. The man is deeply embedded in local finances in a very corrupt fashion, utilizing the fact that he's well out of sight and connections he made during the revolt many years ago. So, Point being, he had a shipment of his attacked, so he's not a suspect either necessarily, but he is pissed. More importantly, there was collateral damage. People were killed, things destroyed. This was an act of violence, not a robbery. It destroyed the cargo. This isn't the modus operandi of Kelter or anyone who works for him, at least not that he would sanction. So, he's been pissed, and very curious as to who or what has happened, and who's dared. But all of a sudden it makes sense when he said our people are getting bold, so the enforcers are too for coming in. Either way, you all know of the event.
Nice.
Any comment?
Yeah. Did they, like, well, still looking for him, aren't they?
And they were just in here looking, asking me. Now I'm looking too. I can't have this going on down here. Gives us all a bad name, and it means more trouble's gonna come our way than we deserve. He looks back to Rayleigh. And so I had a look through one of the manifests for the ship. Wasn't supposed to, none, but someone left it open. And there was one thing that wasn't exactly on the record. Captain didn't tell us about it, and it was mislabeled, shall we say. I didn't get exactly a good idea of which crate it was, but I saw inside, and it wasn't the fineries they were promising to deliver. It was a lot of explosives, and some chemicals I can only assume are used to make more. But there were these big things in there, which Kelter quickly chimes in and corrects. Melter bombs. Big stuff. Heavy firepower. Military grade. All off the books.
So, what, someone's arming themselves for something?
Whatever it is, I don't like it. It's bad for all of us. So, you're going in and making this look like a simple robbery. I want you to get rid of this shipment. Don't care what you do with it, I want it gone. I want it off our streets.
Are you alright if we blow it up?
Oh, you best not to. Causes a lot of damage. Bad for the trade in the area. Bad for all our people. But if you gotta, do. No casualties. You know the rules. The exception, by the way,
Sure.
servitors don't count, of course.
Servitors aren't people.
Exactly.
Okay?
He certainly would think so. But I'm just letting you know, just in case. That's like an exception. He's talking about like people.
Mm.
But do what you gotta do. Well, this gets a lot worse.
Right, so, what's the plan?
That's for you to decide. Just got this in now. Besides, I figure it's time for you to at least have some sort of say. Look at this like your first big job. You'll be coming in from around here, he says. You can see my cursor, like, measuring and shit, right?
yeah.
The measurements are not accurate, by the way. This is just a layout of, like, the zones, as you can see. Zones are a combat technical term. So, for purposes of Imperium Maledictum, you do not, at least there's optional rules for it, but by default you don't measure distances or things like that from 4th edition, where you'd move like 2 yards per movement. Instead, you move zone by zone. Moving within your own zone is a free action, once per turn. Moving from one zone to another is your movement, and you can use your action to move from one zone to another, so you can stack them to move 2 zones.
Okay.
So if you sprinted, you could move through this entire section here. Or you could move, like, from here to here to here. Or you could use just your move to go straight that way. Zones also have tags to them, which are the equivalent of, say, Chronicles' environmental tilts. So, for example, as he will detail shortly, the outer 2 zones are exposed to the city at large and have a layer of mist and smog about them. There is light obscurement outside.
Mm.
So, you'll be coming in from this way. I'm detailing this out of character talk, as now comes our planning phase. You'll be coming in this way. This is the main sort of road area. This all just leads off into the city proper. This is 2 doors. You can see the door icons, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, so there's a door for personnel here. You can just go through. And there is a much larger one covering this that is for vehicles. This is open for foot passage. However, there is a security booth right here manned by a servitor that investigates all who come through. This servitor needs to open the gates for vehicles to come in. Same with a second set here that leads into the loading bay for vehicles that take cargo out into the rest of the city, which is this whole section here. This is the loading bay. This is reception if you're coming in on foot. As it's understood, there should be an adept or a servitor there, depending. Details a little fuzzy, but there should be someone there to receive you. Once again, you need to go through them to get access into anywhere else. There is a hallway here, which is mostly just to connect various rooms. This is security. It contains lockers where the local guard will arm themselves and store their things, as well as centrally various maintenance bays for the servitors. The place is largely servitor manned. This is the first area of the dockyard. Technically, all this is one thing. There's no wall here. The dockyard is entirely open. This is just to divide it into zones for combat movement. Okay. So the dockyard is going to be stacked with rows and towers of various crates, all of which are moved around by colossal servo arms and grips from the roof, and organized on the ground by the servitors to be placed for various routines. Over here are 3 bays wherein submersibles can dock. Right now, far as they know, the only one that's of any particular note is that the Peregrinus is still here. It might be that it's worth checking out if you can figure out, the log that says where the crate you're looking for is. Because otherwise you're just going to be searching everything, and that's going to be a pain in the ass.
And what's the sensorium?
The sensorium is where the administratum adepts keep logs on everything that comes and goes. Okay. They are watched over by the overseer, whose vestry is over top. The overseer has access to cameras all across the area. Camera placements are currently unknown. Any sense of reconnaissance or digging up information would be useful. You don't have to go at this right away, but you do have to go within like a day. The Peregrinus isn't going to be here long. And by then, you'll have lost that advantage, and the cargo will surely have moved on. Preferably, go tonight or tomorrow morning, if you can help it. Short time limit to prepare. By the way, if you want to take out cameras and make sure that there's no one watching, the Overseer's Vestry is your mark.
Okay.
If you want to check records, the Sensorium. If you want to check cargo, just go bit by bit, the dockyards. If you want to check the records from the Peregrinus' voyage and the captain logs and so on, there's the ship. If you're interested in just checking the cargo bay in case it's already been loaded, here. And these are just the entryways, as gone over. Importantly, there is just one floor to this, however, the place is tall, and that's because the cranes and servo arms and the like will take cargo from here and move it across here to the loading bay. And they do so because there's a second floor area that is entirely manned by the servo arm, so a crate will be lifted up here, moved across here through a tunnel fit for the arm, and then down to here. If you could sneak in and avoid getting crushed by something or hit, you could climb and sneak over the top of this segment. It's dangerous.
Like a fate point waiting to be spent.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but that is a way to deftly navigate between the two sections without having to go through security or the sensorium. The sensorium should be active all hours of the day, and security usually has some kind of, well, security. The servitors tend to be on passive alert and such things. That said, it's unknown whether the servitors can recognize who does and doesn't work there, given that people come and go all the time. But even if they don't, they might alert, they might have the ability to see through them in the vestry and all that. That said, there's your layout. Any immediate thoughts?
Techman, Ghost Sensorium, and Vestry. That's... Oh, sorry. Wait. No, security's just like basically an armory, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an armory and rest spot, as well as servitor maintenance.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we were to, like, turn off an alarm system, that would be in the Overseer's place?
Probably. That's like the control room, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, Techman, Go, Sensorium, Vestry, that's as far as I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Perlman can certainly get to the sensorium or the vestry. He could maybe even try and get into the security hub under the guise of needing to do maintenance on the servitors themselves. As
I mean, well, I mean, I can get one of them to join our team.
Oh,
You've seen me dominate people's minds before.
I don't think you can do that with servitors. I'll be honest.
No, it says creature, but I meant I can do that to any person.
Okay.
The servitor's central processing is organic. So chances are
is
you.
it?
So chances, yeah, that's the reason they use bodies. So chances are you probably could.
It'd probably just be like more difficult.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, your psychic influence overrides a creature's anatomy or anatomy
Anomalies.
or autonomy.
Oh, okay. But
I'm getting into your will.
yeah, I think it should apply to a servitor because it's like processing is organic.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough then.
Or I mean, I could do it to the security person or the overseer. and
Any
then I
of
could
the- any
make
of
my mind
the
after.
Oh my god, what you could do it to the Overseer. Do it to the Overseer, get him to turn off the servitors, and then turn off the cameras, and yeah, honestly, that's good.
Oh, we could try that. We'll see how well that works.
If there, you know what? If there's an adept at reception, then maybe do that to get Perlman in.
if that doesn't work, he can easily go from the loading bay to the dockyard. He won't specify how, but he specifies he can do it.
Right.
So I minimized it.
We could go to reception and try to see if we could get a talk to the overseer. And then if we can get like a meeting with him quick, I could dominate him. Or I guess we could go inner perimeter to loading bay. Anybody in the security hub I could try to dominate so they don't raise an alarm. And then have him come let us into the sensorium and overseer's office and knock them out that way too. I don't know. How do we want to do it?
If there is an adept, there is a chance that Perlman can certainly also negotiate with them to an extent, as he does have a bit of influence within the AdMech, as he may find some wiggle room somewhere just on the grounds of it's clear that he knows more, quote unquote.
It's worth noting these are
Administratum,
administratum adepts.
Oh,
Yeah.
Adept is just a general term referring to like the upper middle class.
right.
It's like being
okay.
called sir.
In which case, then, if they can't get him in through reception, Perlman can certainly get in from the loading bay to the dockyard.
All right.
Okay.
And Elam, how often can you use that?
I could.
Always
It's Yeah, I can cast it whenever, and it's also people can't see me do it. And it is for as long as I want to have it sustained. It looks like
It's also very
they-
difficult for you to do.
well, it's hard.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's really difficult. That's the second
Well, I
hardest
mean,
difficulty.
yes, but if we're not in combat, I believe any casting's a plus 20.
Is that the case?
Let me double check. I believe so.
It's a -20, bro.
Yeah. So test.
Yeah.
Oh no, outside an encounter, the difficulty test is routine. So I mean, I guess
what?
it probably wouldn't for any
just
psychic challenge.
Where does it say that? I'm not
But any
doubting you. I'm just curious.
No, no, that's under purgation. Never mind.
Yeah.
where is
Purgation's a specific mechanic.
Yeah.
That's your venting equivalent, like
Yeah.
Dark Tide.
Yeah, sorry, I might be wrong then.
I think the powers are locked in. It's like it's purgation that's varied. Yes.
Yeah. No, it's
Which,
you're right. It's purgation.
It's important to note that the only risk is if you dominate too many times in a row, you're going to have to purge, or you're going to
Yes.
risk some serious issues, and purging can get very overt.
Yes.
Mm.
Well,
When you purge, it
I can
basically
only-
does something that marks an entire zone in some fashion as fucky.
Yes.
Oh,
You're right.
that's
Yes.
fun.
hmm No, so that was my bad. That's only for purging.
All right.
So.
Still, it's very difficult. Is the main point? Even if
it's-
it wasn't, it's still difficult to pull off.
Yeah, well, it's difficult, so it's whatever. It's 45, but they also have to make a very difficult test to resist it. Or I mean, a difficult test.
Let me see. So your target is
Well, it would be 45.
because it's under your thing.
Yep.
They have to make a. Yep.
It's
they
an,
make a
so they need
hard
to get-
test opposing your
Yep.
manifest. Yep. All right.
Mhm.
It's not an easy thing to pull off, but if it is, it's a hard thing for them to resist.
Yeah. We'll see if I can pull it off.
And if you pull it off too many times without, venting, or in general, it's going to cause your
can
presence
only
to go
have-
very much overt.
Well, I can only dominate one person at a time, so.
All right.
Okay.
Well, perfect. But
Yep.
but my point isn't so much that doing it. It's that it'll build up 3 warp charge for doing it up to your limit,
Yes.
and you'd still have to vent that. So if you do it a second time without venting, which venting would cause some sort of fucky phenomena,
Yes.
if you do it a second time, you risk like perils of the warp. You're
Yeah, I
going to
know.
have to vent each time you do it, or you're going to blow
Yes.
up, or at least risk blowing up.
Mhm. Yeah, I know that.
Anyways, just making sure that the
Mhm.
risk is clear.
Yes.
But yes, you can do that. All right. Any further thoughts? Any planning? Any etc.?
We definitely should, just cause, fuck, dude. Okay, well, I have basically, I'm a long-range rogue. I got a sniper rifle, and I'm good at talking.
I am kind of good at talking, and
Also good at sneaking and getting places
there you go.
unseen.
Mhm.
Which I don't know if I can sneak past the servitor. I'll be honest, because they kind of have a lot of sensors and shit.
Mhm.
I do have a disguise kit, which might be able to trick him into thinking that I'm someone.
Well, if Perlman, if he can get into the security hub or through any other means of accessing the databanks of the servitors, or just anywhere that they are quote-unquote uplinked to, there's every chance that he can modify them and essentially just get them to just quote-unquote ignore Fix, Elam, and Perlman themselves. As Krulman is probably going to go under the guise of he's just there to do the repairs on the servitors and everything else, and ensure that the proper machine spirits are being taken care of and that nothing has been left unattended to.
I could try going under the... Wait, okay, so, are there human guards around this place? Like
Uh,
non-servitor guards?
Yes. The guards are taken from local law enforcement as well, since they're protecting adept. Well, they're protecting adepts, so they've got
Right.
the enforcers for security rather than anything private.
I could go under guise of a security officer. And
Hey, do you guys mind if I give a small recap for someone who just tuned in?
yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Alright. You can think about your thing still. I'll just go over this. So, Andy and Belts are playing Fix and Elam, who came back to the bar that they sort of live at with their somewhat adoptive father, is the loose way to put it. A local crime lord known to most as the proprietor, who is generally a community figurehead who helps organize all sorts of criminal activities, all with the guise of helping and bettering the community in his own way. So he has recruited a tech adept named Perlman for a very risky job that needs to be done very soon. Basically, there was a bombing of a shipment from another crime lord known as the Baron recently, and the enforcers are on edge. He wants them to find out. He wants to find out who did it, so he's sending them in after a lead. Where at a shipping yard run by the Adeptus Administratum, there is an incoming shipment off the books of explosives. He wants that shipment off the streets, gone, and they're going to make it look like a robbery by taking other stuff as well, which, grease money. Either way, they're in the pre-planning stage now, where they're all in the basement, secured around a table, going together and plotting this out. Which we are currently in the out-of-character pre-planning phase.
Is that good?
Yep. Go for it.
So we could go in with the tech priest as dumb labor also.
I didn't try to disguise myself as a tech priest.
No.
That'd be
I
funny.
mean we could be his laborers, like assistants.
Yeah, that was one idea that Perlman was thinking, that he can bring the two of you along as quote-unquote assistants to his work.
Can I use a disguise kit for other people?
I don't see why not. Important. Longfellow will chime in with the very important fact that if you're not in some kind of disguise in general, Perlman, then that's a problem, because the enforcers already know you're here with him, and that'll tie this to all of them immediately. So if you're going in as a tech adept, still, you have to disguise yourself. Make sure it doesn't look like it's you specifically.
Well, if the means of a disguise kit can be provided to him, then he can easily do so.
Yep. I can disguise all of this. I'll just So, Perlman is still gonna look like a tech adept, just a different one. And then I guess me and Elam will go as like lesser tech adepts. Do we know if the facility has like recently been serviced?
Not off the top of your heads, no. You'd have to go find out. Which, where's the name? Rayleigh will chime in. His mouth's full of the food that Longfellow left out before he swallows. So, there are security, there's big recorders lining the walls in different parts. Thing is, if you're on there, disguise or not, maybe it's best if our little tech friend here could get in and, wipe those recordings, make sure they don't see anything if they go look back at it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I already have that planned out.
Just making sure.
It depends entirely on the manipulation that he can do with the servitors, but he could easily use them as quote-unquote distractions, especially if there are cargo servitors that are moving things around, where they can befuddle any of the human workers and maybe even some of the security guards with some of their more strange, like, hey, they're not supposed to load this thing here or there, it's supposed to go over there, and cause just us not too much of a commotion, but enough to draw a few eyes away as they wonder what's going on.
What I could do is that'd be a bit of a continuity error, but it might work. Is Fix could go in as a tech adept and then go to the security hub, change if it's like empty, change his disguise to be a security officer, and then kind of like patrol these two doors, just make sure no one comes in.
The main issue that Perlman would voice is that unless they have the overseer already taken care of, there's more than likely going to be cameras within each room, especially the security room.
Sure. But still, then it's just, take care of the cameras first. And then...
That, and although Perlman does have a bit of an idea on how to deal with it, servitors are easy to dissuade and lead astray, so long as Perlman can get to the proper interfaces. Human guards, on the other hand,
that's true.
He muses that he may have to go into a bit of an explanation on the quote-unquote dangers of having the uninitiated around him as he performs his rites. That there is every chance that their mere presence would anger the machine spirits. And that may at least get them to vacate the room, if only temporarily. Outside of that, he's not certain how he would be able to dissuade the guards from other areas.
Fix could come in with that. Like if he manages to dress up as a security officer, then he can definitely fuck with some guards.
Perlman will have a question for our patron. Is it possible that in a small amount of allotted time that they could get some forged documents for anything that may almost need to, considering it's the AdMech and they are often always crazy about the numbers, supplies, requisitions, etc., that they would be given some documents that the overseer himself would need to look over to approve of the requisition for the repairs to the servitors and any damaged systems they may have.
Longfellow can arrange many things like that, to put it simply. One thing he can do mechanically is you can pick any one faction to get +1 influence with for the mission. And influence isn't just a measure of like narratively.
-1.
It isn't just narratively how much they like you, but it's also how much they what is it? It's also how much their social tests are modified by. You modify the success levels of social tests against people who know your reputation by plus or minus whatever it is. Which reminds me, he does have another one. I just didn't write it on his sheet because I forgot. I forgot to update it. I had a lot of stuff I was doing very last minute. It is...
Because Perlman sees it that if they can get to the Overseer first in the most direct fashion possible, short of bludgeoning everyone in the way, he isn't certain about what Elam means on the whole domination of the mind thing, if he makes mention of it. But if he needs to be in direct contact with the Overseer, then that is something that could easily get them there, since he knows the AdMech, again, loves their numbers and everything.
Right. The other things he can do to help, just so you're aware, he can send in like another team if you need them to do something, like cause a distraction of any kind. He has like other teams and groups.
Oh, cool.
There's that. There is, he can have you you guys can call in backup if you want more guys. He can send in some basic like thugs and the like to go in with you. One for each of you, basically. You can call that in at any point if you guys have Vox speeds. You can just have some guys ready on standby, like out in the street, if it comes to something that needs speed or aggression, and you're busted. Let's see. What's the other? Right, yeah. He can make the +1 influence with the faction till the end of the mission. Let's see. I can't find it. Point is, those are the main ones. Looking to see if I can find it still. You have the disguise kit. He could give you that influence with the Cult Mechanicus if you wanted to get them to supply you with documents.
That can work as well. Just whatever can get them closest to the Overseer as quickly as possible. Because what Perlman can do is once he takes care of the Overseer and then gets into the security booth and modifies the servitors just enough that if need be, he can have them cause distractions of the sort, he would probably head towards the documents room last and do a quick scan of the logs, and maybe even if there's a way to connect into it depends on the servitor, I suppose, on if any of the servitors had any it's not video, it's called something else by Warhammer terms.
Pick.
Yeah, pics of anything that they may have seen but was otherwise wiped from other data sources. Because usually, if someone is trying to hide contraband of explosive proportions, they'll usually try and, ahead of time, get ready to clean anything out from the data archives. However, no one's really perfect, and oftentimes they miss a few spots here and there.
Okay.
So, continue your planning. Let me know if you need anything, and we can continue. You know how in heist movies they do like the pre-planning, and it's usually over top of showing them going in?
Yeah.
We can do that as well. If you have anything like you want to go ask around for something, like if you're going to try and find a guy who can tell you about the cameras or something like that, we can do it that now. When we change scenes, it will be to arriving.
We should probably do that, and then we might as well just have a team of goons on the outside in case things go bad.
All right.
Yeah.
I will put 3 little gangers there for you.
Yay. The boys.
Perlman will ask, is there any other information that he should be looking out for? As it shouldn't take him long to get a general sweep of everything that could have passed through there.
Well, searching the records in general would be good for finding out where the good stuff is. But otherwise, they're just looking for these explosives. Don't know if this is where other stuff has come in before. The other explosives certainly weren't on the grade of military hardware like this. So this is an escalation.
Well, if he finds anything interesting, he'll be certain to collect it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I guess ask around where the cameras are. That would be nice.
All right. Finding someone who can give you that will require a difficult report inquiry test.
Okay.
So it's a difficult test using the report skill and the inquiry specialty. Your
I
equivalent
don't
to gossip.
have the specialty.
So it's just rapport.
Yeah. Okay.
If I have rapport also, can I assist him?
Yep.
Okay, I'll assist him.
I think assisting in this isn't the usual +10. I think it gives you advantage. Which, that's another new mechanic. Advantage and disadvantage, like D&D 5th edition, except what it means here is flip to fail and flip to succeed, like Zweihander.
Oh,
So
interesting.
in other words, if you're going to help him with that, and the two of you are going to dedicate time to this, then that means he can roll with flip to succeed. In the
Okay,
meantime,
sick.
Prolman, what are you doing? Going to the AdMech and getting the documents and stuff?
No.
Oh no. Oh wait, it's the funny number twice. Oh no, an omen. Well, yeah, more than likely.
I'm gonna
And,
spend a fortune.
oh,
Fortune.
another modifier, because you'd have to go through Administratum guys to find anything about this. This will be with your influence
shit.
as a -1 success level modifier.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, you can
Actually-
fortunate if you want.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, I think it'd be better if someone else was sent instead of Perlman to go collect the documents, because as much as he hates the AdMech, and they do like keeping records of everything, if when they notice they've been robbed, hopefully stealthily, of all the goods that have been there, and they notice that those shipments are missing, and this is just a wild shot in the dark, but considering it's the AdMech and how they like going through everything with a fine-tooth comb sometimes, it would probably be better if anything other than a tech priest and maybe like a more higher official, quote unquote, that's more closer related to the AdMech goes and gets it, because if they find out, oh, a tech priest went to here with these same documents and not too long ago they ended up getting robbed of some supplies, we look a few days or the day before, oh, someone came into one of the AdMech administration buildings, got these papers, and then the next day this all happened. Coincidence? And then there's the chance that it can endanger Perlman or anyone else that's tied to the whole thing.
All right.
Well, I already rolled for it, so I'm kind of locked in on this one. But
Are you fortuning it?
I am fortunate.
All right, you guys can send off one of the just generic somebodies to do it, but they won't have any fortune to reroll. That is the important part.
God damn it!
All right. Success.
No, it's a -1.
What?
Eh?
Did you not factor in the success level modifier?
No.
Well, then it's a success, but marginal. I can only tell you a few of them.
Okay.
Namely, you know what? I'm not even gonna tell you specifically.
Can I fortune to get +1 success level?
Yeah?
Is that a thing that I
Yeah.
can do?
Yeah.
Oh.
You only got 3 of them. Well, 2 now.
No, I'm gonna save my 2.
Alright. All I can tell you, there's 4 cameras, 2 inside, 2 outside. They swivel. They do not see everything all at once. They're pivoting and looking around.
Okay.
I should say 4 main cameras. There does seem to be other security systems, but in terms of just directly picked cameras, picked recording devices, you're able to find 4 of the same major model that have been installed throughout at key points.
Okay.
That is the best you got. Do not know where, only that there's 4, so you can count them.
Wonderful. Well, Kermit, it's up to you.
Are you choosing to go yourself, or are you going to let a goober do it?
Let a goober do it. It'll be funny.
It probably would be the safer option, too.
Yes, less likely to work, but safer.
He'll give it to the goober, and he does have backup plans in the event that it doesn't pan out.
Alright. It does not pan out.
Okay.
Simple failure, they're not able to get what you need. The Adeptus Mechanicus is too insular to give them what they want. They're not able to find any weaknesses in their hierarchy.
He would have speculated as much. Yeah, okay. So if anything, he can still go under the guise that he's there to fix everything. And at the most, he can certainly get to the servitors. As for getting to the overseer, he can maybe try and go on about that there is something along the lines of something much deeper within the machines that needs fixing and prayers to, that he would need to speak to the overseer directly. It's not as easy as just being given the paperwork to go directly fix them, but it is a backup plan that can have a bit of credibility depending on how Perlman acts it up.
Alright.
Other than that, that's his contributions he's made to the plan, unless there's like something somewhere else someone wants him to be at.
A piece of information from Longfellow, or at least advice. Don't bring too much unnecessary stuff. You want space to take valuables out.
Right.
If there's any of you who do not have any kind of backpack/sling item, he can provide a shoddy one for you.
Oh yeah, I do have a sling. I forgot to add it.
I have backpack.
Armory. Sling.
Alright, let me check Elim's because he's not saying anything. He has one.
Oh, no,
Good.
sorry. Yeah, I have one. Sorry.
You alright? Everybody good?
But I mean, I would have said something if I needed one.
Right. Well, everybody's good. You all have one.
Yup.
And, is there anything else any of you need or would like to get done?
Are we going through with the disguise thing?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll do that before we go.
Alright. That is going to be...
but-
Normally it's challenging at best, but I'm going to make it routine/average, whatever, for the fact that you
Same
have
time.
someone from the faction to guide you.
Oh, that's true.
So, make a routine dexterity test. This is one for each of you. Choose who you're applying it to first.
Oh no.
I assume yourself first.
Yeah.
Alright. Reroll? Yes, no.
Yeah.
Alright. Down to 1 fortune.
The Foundry hates us.
It does.
An ugly servitor.
Yeah, I mean... Alright, I'm going in with no fortune at all. Let's go.
Oh god.
Oh,
Whoa!
Alright.
Alright. Make one for Elam, and then one for Perlman.
Yeah.
We'll go in that order.
Okay.
oh,
And... Alright, well... I tried, but you're already a member of the faction, so...
Perlman will absolutely have his cause for concern if he is not disguised.
He's disguised poorly.
Disguised.
By the time he gets to you, he's running out of supplies to use. It's pretty obvious that it's you. It's not obvious enough
Hold on. No. No test is required to simply make yourself look different. If you're trying to...
disguised as a particular faction. Right, so you don't need to roll for him. Perfect, you just needed to roll for Fix and Elam, so that last one doesn't count. Look, I'm even going to delete it. You didn't fail, it's fine.
There you go.
Alright, astounding for the both of you. So, is that it? If that's the only prep work left, I want a solid run-through of your plan again.
Okay. So, the first step, now that we can't get the documents to go see the Overseer directly, Perlman will attempt to persuade his way through with the assist of Fix wherever he wants to help with speaking directly to people, come under the guise that he is here to fix the servitors and any other malfunctioning mechanical systems, and ensure that everything is running properly, machine spirit and all. After he manages to get that fixed and hopefully causes the security room to vacate of any human security, he will put up a act that something is much more wrong with the machines and the machine spirits within, and that it will be something he will need to speak to the Overseer with directly, as it is a cause for greater concern, as it is in regards to his facility that he himself should have been maintaining. With any luck, we can enthrall him or whatever, and gain control of the cameras that way. The cameras can get wiped, turned off, whatever, and Perlman himself can go to the sensorium and begin collecting information as much as he can from either the loader servitors, through either visual, auditory, or even just the data logs themselves that were put into the sensorium itself. And through that, if they need to go into the ship, he could, depending on how much he can interface with the servitors, he can cause a little bit of a commotion, mayhaps, that can let them go from Zone 10 to Zone 11, 12, and so on to get to the ship itself, and do a little inspection. And from there...
but we don't know if the cargo is actually on the ship or not.
Yeah, which is why he's going to go through everything in the sensorium to see
the sensorium
what he
and
can
the
find.
ships would both have records to try and figure out where it is.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes.
You don't have a name for it, but you know that at the very least, you know what to be looking for, thanks to Rayleigh. So, either records would be helpful. The namely that the ship would tell you what to look for, and that the sensorium would tell you where.
Okay. So then we need to split up and go
And look for
different
clues.
places. Look for clues. So who's hitting the ship and who's hitting the sensorium?
Well, Perlman's going to have to hit the sensorium as he can gather the information as quickly as possible.
Yep.
It may not even take him that long depending on what he finds, but he will say it's very prudent that if they manage to find the explosives, if they can't rob them out of there, there is a very good chance that he could disarm them. Granted, that would be a little bit more time-consuming, but it would be more of a...
Fix is just gonna chime in and say, why don't you just throw them in the water?
Because depending on the container...
Okay, important note. These are you're underwater. You can't access the water.
Wait,
This
what do
is-
you...
This is an
Oh.
underwater dock. You're in the depths of a hive on a water world. These are not, like, you won't be
Okay,
looking
okay.
out over the ocean. If there's a breach in this, you're going to be flooded with, like, miles below the sea pressure. If this breaches, everyone dies.
Okay.
Important.
We're playing Barotrauma.
Exactly. This was
Blow it
actually
up
deliberately
anyways.
Barotrauma inspired, this planet. Deliberately inspired by Barotrauma, among other things. But, yeah. You're in a Barotrauma, like, dock, not above the ocean one.
Yeah, all the more reason it probably would be way better to have him just disarm them, if anything. That way they're rendered completely unusable. Because, yeah, all the more to the last thing we want to do is blow them up, because if that happens, I know that
We just set him on a timer and run. We just set him on a timer and go.
Hey, you know that thing I said about not killing anyone? You guys flooded an entire district of the city.
Yeah.
There's thousands dead.
Yeah.
Whoops.
You know that thing that happens when you depressurize and you pop like a balloon? Yeah. That happened to like 80,000 people. There are, lore-wise, it's not probably relevant to this, but lore-wise, there are, like, safeguards for that throughout the city, obviously. There are, like, various, like, major
probably, like, blast
locks
doors
and,
and
yeah, there's various things like that through different districts of the city. Anyways.
Okay. Question.
Yeah.
I have a sniper rifle in my kit. It's not really easily concealable, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Well, is it one you can take apart?
That's a fair point.
Is it?
Probably not one you know how to take apart.
Probably.
Might be one Perlman knows how to take apart.
If
I
you
have
give
two-
it to-
Wait a second, he did! That's why his name's on it!
Oh yeah, right! I forgot about that little idea.
Perlman can take it apart and put it back together, and maybe with help of the disguise kit, you can have it just look like a normal toolkit of some sort. Though Perlman will ask, exactly how useful is a sniper rifle going to be in what he assumes is going to be roughly close quarters?
Well, you see, big gun make big hole in people.
So, for logistics' sake, this whole area is, while open, filled with crates and stuff. There are going to be, you can presume there's points where line of sight is applicable between them, but difficult. So, like,
Right.
shooting from one end to the other, probably not impossible if you're in the right position. It's just
Is
going to be
there-
very, very hard.
Is there no, like, guard tower or anything?
No, not that you're aware of. So
Oh.
chances are it will be less useful than a close quarters weapon, but it won't be completely useless. It's still a rifle, like you said. You could probably just, aim like down the hall for all it matters. It would be clumsy, but it would be doable.
Yeah.
Also, like in most situations too, I can imagine him just grabbing the pistols that Elam has before he has a chance to do anything horrible with them.
I mean, I do have my own pistols. I have a stub revolver and a las
Okay.
pistol.
Oh, okay, 'cause I have two stub, but I was gonna.
Yeah, my role gives me a lot of fucking weapons.
Perlman cannot hit the side of a barn. His ballistic seal is 26.
Yeah, mine's 28. I
Right.
can't either. That's why I always joke about it.
Okay, so mine's at 44. Well, my range is at 44. My ballistic skill is 30.
However,
Yeah.
if something gets close to him, or he gets close to it, he can certainly hold his own in melee combat.
Mm. We got Headburster over there, so we're kind of all set.
Okay. I can be Emperor Palpatine, so.
Damn straight. I expect you to.
If anything, it's starting to almost sound like the only real means of a quote-unquote silent takedown, and even then it's not so much silent as hearing a giant hammer going twang through the halls, is Perlman could probably try and knock someone out with a hammer, but
Huh? I have a silencer that I can put on my guns.
oh, okay. I wonder the logistics behind that in corridors, but either way, yeah, he
It
can.
just
He
says-
What
can
it does mechanically is
silencer just
it removes
removes the
the
loud trait.
it removes the loud trait, meaning if you kill someone with it, it doesn't break your stealth. Simple. That said, the shot doesn't. If you shoot a guy and he falls over and like crashes into like a drum kit,
Well, yeah,
you'll still be
obviously.
heard. But I'm just making sure that the logistics of where you shoot someone is also important. But that there is also, I'm not going to say what they are right now, but there are
Also
quick takedown.
Deadeye, so
There are quick takedown rules for stealth. Like you don't
Okay.
have to like roll a combat attack every time you're gonna kill someone. There's a way to quickly roll it as one contest to see if you can like shoot them down or like tie them up or something, like just a quick
cool.
takeout rule. It'll work on anything
Um,
classed as like generic.
Right. Will Deadeye come into play with that?
I don't know what it does.
It's what is it? Oh no, it's if you purchase it again. Fuck.
What's the default?
If you purchase it again, when you aim, you don't have disadvantage
Right.
on test targeted location.
Okay, Perlman
Alright,
does
okay.
have one more question.
Yeah.
That it sort of came to him as he was thinking this whole plan over. He looks towards Elam as he will essentially ask, how does the whole taking over someone work exactly? Like, is there a big showy
No.
light behind it, or
No, I focus and force my way into their mind, kind of overruling their own.
okay, because there is one cause for concern with the Overseer. There is absolutely going to be every chance that he has human guards of him.
No, nobody will
Mm.
see it. This is subtle, but he does. If I fail, well, no matter what, he's aware. But I override their autonomy, so I can. He's basically like my minion.
Mhm. Well, so long as he can get them in there, he'll entrust it to Elam to do whatever. As he just waves his hand, that
Yeah.
is.
Mhm.
Other than that, he thinks everything is set in stone.
All right. Run me through the plan, start to finish, without any like change. Like, what is the plan? Now that you've had your discussion, what's the goal? I want to make sure everybody between the three of you is on the same page, so no one's like thinking off of a previous version of the plan or something. Go through. What is the current iteration of the plan?
Convince the receptionist that we're here to fix the servitors, get the human security, if any, out of the security room to be allowed better access of messing with the servitors, which to the untrained eye, like the Overseer, maybe, he won't notice the difference between the holy and sacred rites that are performed for the machine spirits and yada yada yada. Make an act that something is much more wrong. Demand to speak with the Overseer, with Elam. Hopefully, take over the Overseer. Disable the cameras. The other two are, as far as Perlman's concerned, they're free to go wherever they feel like they most need to go. Maybe towards the ship or in the loading zone. He goes to Sensorium. He grabs the documents. And if the documents from the submersible aren't taken yet, go to that, take the documents, find the explosives, and get out. Either through smuggling them, or if need be, he can disable them.
All right. And don't forget, you're free to grab any other tasty loot on the way out. Bonus stuff.
Yeah.
And, all right, perfect. All good?
Yep.
Then I'm going to put your characters down. And I'll be right back. I'm going to fill my drink for the next segment.
Oh
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right,
boy,
quick pause, then we'll be back.
I will snack.
Now watch, every single roll is going to be in the 90s. This big elaborate plan falls to ruination.
It's gonna happen. I don't have any fortune left.
I got fortune, thankfully.
I thankfully still have fate points though, so that's good.
Yes, I am happy that carried over. Other than the very bare bones bestiary and a lot of weapon choices just hurting my head on why would you ever want to get this other than style, it's shaping up to be interesting.
I just like the fact that 40k is back in D100.
Yes. I was talking with my siblings about reading through the book, and with my biggest gripe being, oh hey, there's like 3 melee weapons. They all deal 2 plus your strength bonus and damage, and they all cost different amounts. However, they all do the same thing, which is nothing.
Huh.
They just cost more.
That's a weird design choice.
Yeah, I think it's a weird design choice in that they forgot to put the design in it. Because Vox already said they already had an errata out, and he doesn't know what's in it, but I'm assuming it's for the weapons, or at least part of it is.
I hope so.
Yeah, because with as bare bones as it is.
Like, I don't know.
Alright, I'm back.
It's weird to say for like a tabletop RPG core book, but it feels a little rushed.
Yeah,
It does,
that's,
doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the feeling I was getting. Like when I first looked at the weapons, I was like, "Huh, that's weird." Then
It definitely
almost
does,
knows,
yeah.
knows.
Yeah, there's a lot of errors too.
Mhm.
It definitely feels quite rushed, but I think it's good. That's why I'm excited. It's one of those things I'm like
Yeah,
hoping to see
yeah.
where it goes. Anyways, are we all back?
Yep.
Belt?
Yeah, Setter's back.
END? I know I just heard you, but...
You just heard. No, I left in that split second.
Always possible. Anyways. Here we are. So, let me grab my music. Are we ready to begin the heist?
Yeah,
Yeah. No fortune.
I'm ready to slip off a tile roof again in front of several guards.
I want to hear that story sometime.
It's a
It's a good
special
story.
one.
It's a good story.
Alright. So, you arrive under nightfall. Not that it matters down here. More, consider it less nightfall, more curfew. And you arrive in the back of a simple truck driven by Longfellow himself, custom made so as to fit him. When you arrive, you're already in disguise. Prolman. This Fix knows what he's doing. Fix and Elam look remarkably identical to any tech adept you could see. The fake junk that he's slapped on as prosthetics is worked and molded perfectly. In this lighting and with his hood up and everything, it's perfect. They look like tech adepts. You have to blink to realize that you're staring at 2 people in shitty, cheap disguises from the Underhive. The man is a genius. He's an artist.
It only took all of my fucking fortune.
It's remarkable. It is remarkable how good this looks. It instills one with hope. As you pile out of the van and Longfellow leans out of the window. Look,
Oh,
boys.
were we able to disassemble the sniper rifle?
Yeah, I don't see why not. It'll take a while to put it back together, but it's, you know,
Okay.
not a while, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Trollman would like to say something in response to the disguises.
Sure.
Were situations any more different? I would dare even say you would make for an aspiring biologus.
I thought about it, but not really good with all the gooey stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, quick question: do tech adepts? No, are tech adepts allowed to smoke glow stick?
Please,
Are you
say
asking?
yes,
Are
please
you
say-
asking
please
me
say
or
yes,
Pro?
Please say yes.
I'm asking Perlman.
It is often seen as uncommon. I cannot say that I have seen any of the others partake in such things. Perhaps it would be better not to.
Or you're saying there's a chance, and then he's gonna pull one out and light it up.
One supposes that you at least do it before, better than in front of the receptionist.
Fine.
So, you are driven just around the, not around the corner, nearby enough to walk, before the truck pulls over, and you are let out into the streets as a gaggle of tech adepts in perfect disguise, one of whom is because he's not in disguise as anything but a different person. So, and you grab your gear, cases, bags, etc., everything you need and need to have at hand for this. For purposes of storage space and bags and whatnot, just count your encumbrance. Assume you have the space to store the stuff I'm giving you. Like if you find some kind of loot, you can shove it in a bag, or someone. Unless the individual item itself is 4 encumbrance or more, then you don't need to carry it in your arms.
Okay.
So, that said, as you get out, Longfellow leans out the window. Good luck, boys. Emperor protects.
That he does. That he does. He'll get out of the car and assume a kind of like robed monk stance. It was kind of like hood down, head down, like arms, like hands in each other's sleeves.
Alright.
Perlman would make a joke about the ecclesiarchy, but he's above that.
He's above getting executed. So, we zoom in. Zone 1, outer perimeter. Open road and area where you're walking past the colossal, almost warehouse-like dockyard. The building towers overhead, metal and stone both, with no windows. What do you call them? The pillars that support the colossal building are clearly decorative, featuring, among other things, gargoyles that collect condensation and the like, which are designed to be like deep-sea creatures. Even the bioluminescence you would see on them has been fitted as actual lights to provide the street with some sense of light. But, that said, let me see if this works. That. There we go. So, whenever you move into a new zone, it'll automatically tell you what conditions the zone has. Though they're not constantly applying. For example, if it says light cover, that doesn't mean that you're always in light cover. That would mean there is the possibility to take light cover in. So, you're currently in lightly obscure, for the fact that, again, there's smog and fog in the air out here. You are approaching. You should be able to move your tokens and move around, or what order you would like to approach. There are walls and barriers placed around properly.
Very well.
There's just not line of sight because you have access to the map. I will just be toggling the visibility on things as you approach them. So,
Is there... Oh, sorry,
what?
go on.
Go on.
I was about to say, is there like any signs or indications of... oh yeah, how exactly severe is it going to be if we get caught out here?
Caught out in what sense? Like, right here, right now, if you're shot ahead?
Like further within the facility, like, oh yeah, if you're not authorized past this point, we'll turn you into servitors.
Okay. There is nothing like that yet that you can see. There is just the, this is a large gate fit for a vehicle that is closed, and there is a simple personable gate, wrought iron, fancy shit, right here that is unlocked and open. Through the bars, you can see the small hub of the servitor. It goes up about waist high as solid material, but then the rest is glass until it goes solid again for the roof. And there is a servitor inside with a very heavily looking locked door. The kind that it seems people don't go into often because the servitor is just locked in there forever. It's only open for specific access for maintenance.
Do they need to eat?
I don't think so. They
it-
need some kind of maintenance, and I don't know.
If I recall, it depends on the servitor and on
Yeah.
how much musculature they use.
Yeah, it's
i.e.,
it's like a model thing.
Yeah.
So,
Some require more, some just say, who cares if his ribs are showing?
so basically, this one is from the waist down on a servo arm that just pivots and makes it move towards the part of the booth it needs to be in. Only the upper half is utilizing the human nature of it, as the arm pivots and moves the creature towards the glass to stare at you from the other side like a zoo animal through the wrought iron bars. Its eyes are watching you, both of which have been replaced with augmetic ones you can only assume are, unfortunately, perhaps recording your presence.
Well, provided that it doesn't stop him and to question him, he will try. Perlman will try for the wrought iron gate.
All right. It opens. As you make your way in, it sticks locked to Perlman because he was in front. But you were saying?
Perlman was just going to look towards the servitor, expecting that it's going to start asking him questions.
Requesting identification, it declares quite simply, filtered heavily through the what was formerly its mouth. It's more like a voxcaster that rattles its frame and is muffled from the other side of the glass.
I am Tech Priest Halfus, here to commit to the repairs and divinations of the security hub for the servitors and the machine spirits within.
It looks beyond you to the others, and if you don't give an immediate answer, it will say requesting identification again while looking at Fick. And also Elam, who is lagging in the back there. I don't know if he actually is or not. You don't. It's not that important if you try to keep up with it, but, you know, it's there for you to have a visual aid.
With me is Cole and Vian, my two adept assistants that will aid me in the rites.
There's a pause. Information not found. Enter. Doors on your right. It then proceeds to gesture, pointing this way. Ooh, I almost threw him across the map. Pointing this way. Hearing a tech priest laugh like that is disturbing. I don't like it.
Good. With that, it is time to do the talk and do the walk.
Alright. You may enter. Hey, well done.
Just hops over the fucking...
As you make your way into the rightmost door, flipping through into a surprisingly ornate but austere room. Which is to say, it's very simply decorated, but what is there to decorate it is clearly ornamental in fashion befitting one of the Adepta. So, you make your way in. As you can see, the two effects that it put on this time are barrier and partial cover. Barrier is in reference to the fact that this door is locked. You can't go through it to move into that zone. At least not through there. And light cover means you could take it behind the desk. Just trying to give you an idea of what those mean and how they work. Are you going to shut the door behind you? Vaguely important question. It's not that important, but...
It's always good to have manners.
I mean, hell, you could lock it behind you.
No, I'm not. I'll
That'd be
close.
funny.
Yeah, that's so menacing. These guys come in the middle of the night. Hello! Lock the doors. So, there behind the desk is an adept of the Administratum, adorned in various gear and the like, as he sits at a cogitator, his fingers splitting into many different small tendrils to type at lightning speed. He pauses to look up at you. doing so with his right eye being a mechanical one, almost like the servitors. Again, you have to wonder, is he also recording this or seeing through something? Question. As roll... Well, okay, you know, at any point, just so you know, like zone by zone, you can ask me to roll awareness if you'd like to look around and search. It'll count as a quote-unquote action. We're not in a combat scene or anything, but you can take actions insofar as I'm trying to give you all something to do at the same time. You know what I mean? Until time out how what order of operations happens, it'll be kind of like it's an action scene for movement and actions.
I'll look for cameras in this room.
Alright. Then while anyone would like to talk to the adept, you may make a average awareness.
Oh! 44! 44! Wait!
Oh!
Ooh.
Alright. The room is clearly clear of cameras, entirely so, which you can only surmise is because of the adept's eye. You can see all sorts of stuff worked into his cybernetics and equipment both that looks like it's transmitting. His eye is the camera.
I see.
Oh.
In hindsight, I'll give you this too. In hindsight, you saw the same on the servitor.
Okay.
That said, you approach. Do you have anything to say first, or are you waiting for him to address you as he stops? What?
He'll wait.
He just doesn't stop. Sparks shoot out of his fucking ear. Alright.
He'll wait for it to be addressed.
He looks down then at the cogitator and types a few more things before looking back up. Is this shipping business? I don't have any records of an impending visit on my logs. What can I do for you?
We're here for maintenance on the servitors and the machine spirits within.
I have no scheduled maintenance, he says, once again typing to the computer. Roll an easy intuition. All of any of you. Well, not Fix. He's looking around the room. Elam and Perlman can. Elam and Perlman can because they're paying attention to the conversation.
Sure.
You're both able to tell distinctly that he has no doubts about what you're saying, but he is checking his records. It more seems that he's doubting his records than you right now. The cover is working.
It is no surprise that the schedule for our visitation would be missing. I have been informed that there are many discrepancies between the machine spirits here. It is why I and my fellow adepts have been sent here to examine them and to ensure that everything is running as it should.
Roll.
Holy shit, you're a fucking genius.
That is
so good.
really fucking clever. Roll an easy report
Fucking
test
very easy.
for
Come
lying.
on. Come
I don't like to use very
on.
easy unless difficulties are stacking. You can make it easy, it's contested
Okay.
against his intuition.
Give him advantage. Give him advantage.
No, that's only for like special mechanics, like assists.
Come on.
That's for like assists and talents. I don't want to take that away from those. I'm gonna say an easy report test.
Very well.
Oh!
Well,
Jeez.
all right. Oop, I like that. Yes, I understand. Where exactly will you be needing to go for this? He says. You can tell there's a nervousness about him now, as if he's worried. Uh-oh, is my job on the line? What's happening? He seems to be caught off guard by all of this, and it's not something that the Administratum are used to, given how much they record everything.
Primarily within the security hub, but if anything has spread from the servitors to the entire system, if it is that grave, I may have to speak to the Overseer directly, as many of these machine spirits are within his care.
He pauses for a second, mouth open as if he's about to speak, but really isn't sure if he should say what he's about to before he decides he will. My augmetic eye is synchronized to the facility's security. He can see and hear this conversation as we speak. The Overseer would like me to inform you that, should it come to that, then... well, hopefully it won't. but you should approach.
This is good to...
That said,
Go on.
apologies. But if you do so, he would like you to come with security, as they are likely to notice such discrepancies as well. That's aside, you may access the security hub now if you wish. Please, behind the desk. It will be on your left. As he unlocks the door behind him, through the cogitator, unsealing it.
Oh boy. So just up through here?
Yep. You enter the... Hold on.
Yep.
One at a time. Once you get to this area, it is... You two can go through.
Yay.
Once you go through this yard, Zone 10, poorly lit is one of the two tilts. The lighting in here is miserable. And there are many shipping containers that could easily act as complete and utter cover. Some are simple, like, almost like modern day shipping containers. Others are these decorative mechanical ones that look like they would take brute force or technological knowledge to open. In other words, some can be lockpicked and accessed like that, others can be hacked open. Within, you see servitors going about their business as well as a single enforcer on patrol, who looks back at you as you enter. He has his baton.
Enforcer?
He has his baton resting on his shoulder, though it's not currently active. He looks over his shoulder at you, but doesn't seem to pay it much mind as you're coming from the office and doing so in proper order. He's walking away.
That's when we learn that there's corrupt enforcers that are planting the bombs.
So, you were told that the security here is enforcers because it's adepts, not private.
Right.
Alright, the door is closed and locked behind you again, however. Anyways, you may move on to the security hub.
Sure.
Closing the doors behind you.
Awareness check for
So.
cameras in here.
Go for it. That's your action. Everyone else, what you see immediately
Is
There's
that,
three
sorry, is
serv-
that routine? I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone else, you see three servitors, all of which are currently undergoing maintenance in their bays or recharging or whatever have you. You can see that there's three of them all locked in here. However, they seem to be partially active as they have the same red eyes. In other words, you don't need an awareness test to notice that whether or not there's cameras in here normally, at least while these servitors are in here, they're looking straight ahead and basically all have a camera in their line of sight.
Okay.
So that would be, he's looking this way, this one's looking left, this one's looking right. The two of them looking right, looking left.
Right. Okay.
And in the corner of the room, an enforcer. He seems to be strapping into his armor. His helmet's on and he's adjusting his chest plate. He's not overly large, average build, bulky armor. As he's readying himself and looks in around at the group of you. What the heck, Grease? What are you doing here? Roll an easy intuition.
Oh, is that me or is that not me?
All of you.
How?
Oh no.
All of you except for Fix are... Fix is able to notice that his voice is soft and he doesn't seem like the kind of hardened enforcer you'd expect to crack your heads. The other two of you are able to notice that that's a woman, not a man. It's just hard to tell in the armor. And Elam specifically can get a better sense for it. She sounds new.
Fucking
In other words-
Fix just immediately goes, pussy ass bitch won't do shit.
So,
Oh, no.
Elam, you can
And
tell
everyone
that...
else just goes, no, that's a woman. And he goes, same thing.
Sorry, my lady. Elam, you can tell that she sounds new, insofar as she does not sound hardened in any way. She sounds very casual for someone guarding something like this and wearing an enforcer's armor, and seems to be treating an unauthorized visit very casually. That said, she's also clearly just coming onto her shift, getting ready.
Perlman will be the first to speak up.
We are here to perform the rites of repair and sanctity for these servitors here. Do you happen to know when the last time it was that these servitors were maintenance?
No idea. How come I wasn't told about this? She asked, clearly being a little sharper than the frightened adept at the front.
I have been told that there are certain discrepancies between the machine spirits, an ailment that is causing them to become, unfortunately, forgetful. And in such a loading area as this that deals with all sorts of cargoes for the hive city above, it is crucial that these systems are at their most peak of performances.
Right, yeah. She says, clearly not understanding your role or job or anything of the Mechanicus. Well, I'm on duty. Come get me if you need me. I'm gonna go speak to the Overseer. You can see that in that, there's a moment of... I shouldn't have said that. As Elam, you could tell that she's suspicious. Not certain of anything, but suspicious.
I kind of want to do something, but I kind of don't.
Dominate.
Don't forget, by the way, well, don't forget also meta knowledge. Elam's the only, Fix is the only one who knows the servitors are watching. He hasn't had the chance to tell anyone.
Okay.
And no one else has been looking for cameras.
Elam is going to, Fix is going to lean over to.
You're too far from your mic.
Fix is going to lean over to Perlman and just like whisper in his ear. These servitors are you. Did you get that?
I did.
Yes, as I prepared for this.
Of course they are watching. They are the observant eyes of the Overseer and must bear witness unto all that has been happening here. Perhaps through them we may find what has caused these ailments within the machine spirits. Let us not delay and let us do our work fast and swift, and may we come clean with our search.
As Perlman is going to get to work.
Fixes will nod.
Disabling vision of the things behind you as you go.
No.
Very well.
Is there a window in this door?
No.
In this door? No. Okay.
Nope. It looks like it could be locked and sealed, but it's not.
Then
The other one distinctly is, but it can be unlocked from this side.
Since he has acute sense hearing, he's gonna see if he can hear anything on the other side.
Alright, roll challenging awareness.
Oh!
Ooh!
Holy fuck!
Alright.
Oh,
You hear a great deal coming from the other side. At first it's a rumble, but as you listen, close your eyes and concentrate, you can hear the sounds of clicking cogitators and more servo-mechanical arms going. As far as you are aware from the blueprints, that should be the sensorium, so it sounds like there are multiple adepts in there, all taking and going through records all at once, as well as, again, something on servo arms. It could be more servitors, it could be the cranes you were told about. You're not sure without seeing it.
Okay.
But you are aware that there are several tech adepts in there at the very least, all of whom are currently active.
He will go over to Perlman and whisper that information. And then go over, like, looking at, seeming to, like, look over the the servitors as he makes his way down to Elam and whispers the same information.
You gotta move a little
They're
closer.
Adepts to my side. We must tend to these servitors at once.
As Perlman has a bit of an idea in his head, considering what he has been told, and he is going to sell it as hard as he can.
So did you say adepts to my side?
Yes.
Okay. Fix is quick to rush over.
One close to same the same.
Oh God.
You got it. You got
Function
this.
error.
No.
You got this.
Oh no, my brain gave a pulsing motion. It's like, oh God, is the psyker going to kill me? Is this where he turns on me?
He's reaching through the screen.
Oh no, brain blast. Okay,
He'd
that
say
weird
aggressive.
episode aside.
One close the sainted ointments and the sacred tools. We shall perform a deep enough cleanse within the servitors to see what may have happened.
As with that, he is going to perform a tech test to do genuine maintenance on the servitors, and at the same time, amidst it, if his engineering can apply for his specialty, to see if he can't, quote-unquote, fiddle with the code, or so to speak, and see if he can't gain some sort of control over the aforementioned servitors.
All right. Let me look at what this engineering covers.
If it helps, he also has a combi tool. Oh wait, my data slate is in here.
I gotta have my iPad.
And he also has his data slate with him as well.
Let's see. All right. You may make. So what are the two things you're trying to do specifically?
First and foremost, he is going to make it appear at first that he is doing genuine routine maintenance. And if the servitors, if the recharge hubs that these are all connected to, if they're all essentially the same unit and not their own individual thing that are running on their separate power sources, which he has some doubts to, what he'll do is, instead of making the one he's working on begin to malfunction through the eyes, he'll get the other two, any of the other two, to start malfunction as he starts to make notes of strange. There are lines of code within here and there that should not be here. And as he begins to quote-unquote unveil them, that's when the mishaps within the other two will begin to occur, which will build more of a case that, oh, what the fuck has been happening? What has been hiding within these servitors? What the fuck did you do, Overseer? And all this other stuff.
Roll a very hard tech augmetics test.
Nice.
That is... That's a 21 or lower.
1 in 5.
I believe in you.
Go! Nope.
Fortune.
Keeping it.
I will attempt one fortune.
Come on. At least make it not a bad failure.
Heuristic. Very hard.
Do you have any talents that would help with this?
Currently I have a Chirurgeon, Data Delver, and that's the only thing for tech. But
Okay.
like the only thing I could maybe try and vouch for is from the Chirurgeon talent. He can maybe use terminology from there, especially considering to the organics of the servitor, but that is entirely up to the GM. Like certain components are
No, it doesn't
corroding at
apply
the.
to that.
Okay.
That's what Tech Augmetics is for.
Hmm.
That's you need a Medicaid rank to take it.
Please. Omnissiah Protect.
Woo! Hey!
Yes!
Oh, there we go.
Alright. What you're able to discern is that no, the servitors are not technically linked, but they are all linked to the Overseer's systems. It would be nigh impossible to have those two specifically malfunction from here while you're working on this one, but what you could do is while you're working on this one, you're pretty sure that you could modify the signal and basically cause feedback that messes with his system. That's all you can think to do off of this, is basically you could use any of the servitors to temporarily fry his system.
Yeah.
This would
That
likely, as far as you can assess, mess with all of the cameras as such. And would either take a while to fix, or if you're lucky, take you to fix. But it wouldn't be as specific as getting those two servitors to malfunction. It would probably mess with everything he's linked to.
In that case,
That's
we
good
go.
for us.
It's the equivalent of
We
like
go
a
with
bunch of
that
people
route.
are in a Discord call and you're just shoving the microphone down your throat and screaming.
All right, then we go with that route.
Gonna go through with it?
Yep.
Alright.
As he will begin to make passing notes as he sees what he has to do, but he may as well have a bit of build-up for it, as amidst the rituals and rites that he normally performs with machines and everything else, he begins to notice that there are indeed small discrepancies here and there that are within essentially the various codes and quote-unquote files that he can find within the servitors, that these things should not be in here. And as he so happens to stumble upon another one of these, there is depending on how wide of a view that the servitors have in terms of vision, so like if he can see like so and all that,
It seems like they have slightly less peripheral than a regular person because the augmetics are bulky, but it's, yeah, that's the gist. They don't have like a 180 field of vision or anything.
Mhm.
If you were looking for token like grid map, they'd see the three in front of them, not their left and right. But yeah,
okay, so
it's
yeah,
not it's not a narrow focus, but it's narrower than a human.
then he'll certainly make a gesture of what the hell is this just before that starts, and it would undoubtedly knock out the Overseer's vision.
Right. I need a challenging tech augmetics test. Or you know what? No, tech engineering. This is for the whole of the system, not for the servitor specifically. Now, if you fail this, it's not like it's not going to work. The success levels, you know how to do it from the previous tech test. This is to determine how effective it is. So this will modify how long it lasts.
Okay. All right, and just challenging.
Yep. Challenging tech engineering.
I pray for you.
Messiah protect. Yay!
Oh, there we go.
Alright,
That's pretty good.
roll me 2d10.
Very well.
Alright. Got it. So, Omnissiah Protect, you say in your back of your brain, as all you really have to do is cross a couple wires and tinker with it, as all of a sudden you're crossing it with its Vox caster, and all of you can hear a horrible screech. Fortunately not that deafening to you, but it makes your skin crawl, as you see the servitors seize up in their muscles. And you even see one of them, their eyes pop. The glass shatters, and a bit of white goo from the actual organic eye leaks out. As nothing further. you have no idea, but you're pretty sure that worked.
You should probably go talk to the overseer now.
Yeah.
Get going.
Yeah, no, Perlman is going to absolutely make a massive fuss about this, as he is going to start yelling, demanding for access to see the Overseer at once for what is essentially sacrilege against technology.
Which way are you going? We're going on actions right now, by the way. This is in like quote-unquote combat time, just so I can track how long this is going to go for. How long you have for the feedback and all that. So, what are you all doing? Remember, action-wise, you can do one action, and you can spend your move to change zones. Or your action and your move to change to.
Perlman will certainly take his action to head up towards the sensorium and try and open the door in a fit of quote-unquote rage.
Alright.
As he
Can
is... Oh, sorry,
My
go on.
character is gonna try to fake hold you back.
You know what? Perlman and...
Tech first, no.
In the back of his mind...
Fix will join in on that.
No, don't do it, they say, like, just
First
throwing him around. They waste, like, all the time and the cameras come back on.
You know, as a neat little thing, as they hold on to him, they will notice, perhaps sickly so, oh yeah, there's wires under this dude's skin, alongside other things. This is gross.
Ew.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
Hey, icky.
Weird machine, man.
As he will attempt to open the door, but I suppose find it locked.
Yeah,
Even if
you touch the control panel that very obviously controls the door, only to realize it's also on the fritz now.
Oh.
You're gonna have to brute force this door now that this is all started.
Brute force, you say?
Ah,
This will be an
my
extended,
specialty.
challenging strength test.
Oh
Each one
boy.
requiring an action. As for the rest of you, are you doing anything else other than pretending to stop him?
You're gonna hear me. Can I use my? Oh shit! You're gonna hear him, and I mean, I guess I can. You can roll or whatever, but he's gonna try to make it seem like he's trying to calm the tech priest down. Like this, they didn't mean to commit this heresy. Tech priest, calm down. This be somebody messing with it.
Fix is gonna keep an ear out for what the hell's going on, like over here.
Awareness. Average.
Yay. Oh. Oh.
You can't hear over Perlman just screaming heresy.
Yeah, you can't hear over the two of them making a fit.
Alright.
It is
so,
funny though, and it's also distracting.
Yeah.
Challenging strength check.
Yes.
If I recall,
It's extended for a certain target.
as I try and look for it. The augmetic, since one of his arms is
+1 success level, right?
modified.
Should be.
Yep, +1 success level to all strength tests using the arm.
Alright.
But gotta right.
Woo!
Ooh, I'm fortuning that one. That was terrible. Dude, I don't want to
That was not good.
ruin my arm. All right, try that again.
Do it again.
I forgot to say Omnissiah protects. Omnissiah protects
Woo!
me. All right. Okay. All right. Well, Omnissiah, I understand your grace has left the door. It is just a hunk of metal. Your divine spirit has left it. I am sorry. Please come back.
So, you pull and realize this thing's not budging. This is not going to work. At least not anytime soon. It's only for the fact that you have a mechanical arm that you didn't pull a muscle there. You're starting to quickly realize that if this is going to keep up, you're about to start wasting time. You have to go some other way.
All right. Time for maybe the talent to come into play. He is going to look around. Does he see a vent?
Does he see a vent? Yeah. Yes, he would see an air vent.
Fucking just.
He is going to point towards Ellum. Help me up there.
It barely looks like he could fit. As far as you can tell at a glance, this is a terrible idea.
Oh, whatever you say, tech priest.
As
Good sir, yes sir.
as you help Perlman up there, Ellum, and Fix, if you ever look on over, you will see something that is perhaps very sickening to the core if you've never seen anything like it. Despite it looking like it will not fit no matter what, especially with someone of his bulk, very grotesquely, perhaps due to maybe some modifications of his body to some degree, his body begins to bend in ways it really shouldn't. As there's double jointed, and then there's this. As bit by bit, he begins to move into the vent.
By the throne, what heresy is this?
I need a very
What
important.
sort of bullshit fucking prosthetics does he have?
I need a very important test from Perlman.
Oh,
Very well.
Average reflexes.
Oh no, there's a fan.
Goes straight in, comes back without a nose.
Ooh.
Hey.
Alright. Are you keeping that?
Yeah, I'll keep that.
Alright. It's as Perlman is going into the vent with basically just his shins sticking out at this point as he contorts and crawls his way away, that you see the enforcers come in. As
boy.
the same woman from before begins to call out, "By Saron, what did you do?" As she looks up to see you stuck halfway in the vent, contorting your way to crawl through it. There's a moment where she's too shocked to do anything about it. There's a moment where she's too shocked to do anything about it. But the one behind her already has his maul in hand. They're clearly suspicious.
what sort of heresy is going on here?
I was about to ask
Perlman
you the same thing.
We
Oh,
need
shit.
to go to the overseer at once. But this door here is on the fritz.
You didn't
cannot
think to
get
use
through.
the other door. Get down from there.
Perlman will immediately do so as his eyes will lock towards the enforcer that is new here,
She's the one at the
As-
bottom here.
as he will squint.
You were the last one within here before we had come to perform the rites upon the machines. As soon as we begun our work, this happens. We are unable to even get through to the area above to speak with anyone else, as we assumed on our way in the doors behind would lock for our security, especially after you had left. Where is the overseer?
Roll.
That's pretty good.
I don't know if you. I don't.
I'm gonna-
I don't- you know, I don't know if by default this game has combined tests like 4th edition, but I'm gonna make you make one. It's a combined report test for lying and presence intimidate. Both of which are challenging.
Can Fix help with this at all? But it's like adding some shit in.
Yep, go ahead.
Can I?
Yes, it is quite interesting that you were the last one in here, and just as we were working on the servitors, they went on the fritz. Seems mighty suspicious.
Alright, yep, you can assist. If you have the report ranks, you can give him advantage.
I have 2 report ranks.
Then give him advantage!
You have advantage.
Well, I guess there's
Hooray!
no need for me to assist either then.
Not really. You can assist in
Okay.
getting him out of the vent.
I'll do that. He's like shaking with, like, he's like shaking. And it might be from fear, but it could also be from rage. They just don't know. It looks like I'm gonna blow a top.
As I am just going off the top of my head, and it's just, oh god. Fucking
They've all been-
fake it till you make it.
They've all been really good lies. This is really clever. I'm appreciating
Alright.
this.
Omnis, I protect. Oh! And what was that about, is there anything I can do to just, like, spend fate to nudge it, or...
You can get the +1 success level, or you can reroll.
I would rather have it just be a marginal success.
Because that
It would
gets
make it
past your
marginal. It would
rapport,
go
right?
to marginal failure, not marginal success. But
Well, what would be we'd have like a marginal success and a marginal failure though.
Wait, what does advantage do, by the way?
flip to
Flip
succeed.
to succeed.
Mhm.
Current, what's your rapport?
31.
Oh,
Or,
What's
I'm
your
sorry.
present?
I'm sorry. My presence is 31. My report
Yeah.
is 29.
Oh,
oh.
I suppose a marginal failure wouldn't be the worst. Like
What's
it's
a marginal failure on the presence, and then just a regular failure on the report.
Yeah.
I'm weighing my options just for a split second here to see if it's worth it trying to reroll for the last. You know what? I think I'll keep that. I'll see how this plays out.
I'm confused. How is a challenging presence 48? He doesn't even have a. It doesn't even end in an 8.
no, that's his roll.
Yeah.
31's the target.
You know, you're really right, and I don't even know how I made that mistake. That
Yeah,
was
I
really-
was
holy
going to say.
that was really brain dead. Okay. Anyways, you're keeping that as is?
Yeah, because I feel like it would be really easy to roll worse and just make it a lot more harder for us.
It could, or you could roll an 11.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
Yes.
All right. Messiah, protect your loyal servant.
Woo! Loyal servant!
Chop! Yes.
I told you.
Whew.
So,
That is
immediately the woman says, "What? That's ridiculous." As the other one is quick to say, is quick to say quite grimly. He's got a point. True or not? Come on, let's go speak to the overseer. They're not resisting.
Oh, I am sweating bullets over here.
He keeps his eyes on her more than you two as she looks between the group of you.
I'm
And-
gonna walk behind her, like summon her for her, like sees the suspect.
Roll your own presence intimidate. You can make it. You can make it easy, but it is contested.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
She turns to you, doesn't strike you, nothing like that you'd expect, and just says, "Don't do that again."
Move.
Don't fucking do that.
Pushing, it's rude. As turning back on the servitors. So, the vestry above is a box room that oversees the entire dockyard, as far as you can tell. Well, never mind. So, there's stairs that lead this way up. You have to go up the stairs, a simple railing. The stairs aren't behind a wall or anything, you can still see everything from the stairs. To the door. Which, as you approach, single file, etc., as you approach the door, the enforcer bangs on it with his fist, very loudly. For it opens and seals. And then opens and then seals. And then opens part way, and he has to open it the rest of the way. You may enter. The room itself is... The room itself is poorly lit. The room itself is very poorly lit, and that's seemingly because the overseer is not necessarily working in it so much as existing in it, where there is monitors providing pretty much the only light for the overseer, who has a harness around their chest and is on a similar levy to the servitor up front. They're being moved around and have a headpiece strapped to them and connected to all of the cogitators in the room, as various screens display the look of the cameras and various servitors. Or at least they would if they weren't displaying horrible static and flashing right now, giving the room this horrible strobe light effect, which it makes it dizzying to be in here.
As we enter the room and I get eyes on him, can I cast, what is it called? Dominate on him, which also it doesn't have the little star, so that means
Yes, it's subtle.
Okay.
You're a fucking god. I believe in you.
Thank you.
I am holding up my arms. I am giving you all my energy.
It's hard, correct, for dominate. Dominate hard. I have
Alright.
+1.
The target
ability
is
to
aware
decipher.
that they're being controlled, by the way.
Yes, but
Not
I
everyone
have.
else.
Yeah, but I have. But I mean, I can also erase his mind after the fact too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or just not, and then it's just like, well, people already stole stuff anyways, right? Okay.
You're brought in as the overseer turns and through dry lips raspily says, "What is it this time?"
Like, can I roll or?
Do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah! Yes!
Is that with the hard modifier? Is yours that
So
high?
what the fuck?
Damn.
I'm 65.
Damn, alright.
Woo!
Oh,
That's what we like to see.
Alright. Holy. Alright. You reach out through the wall, tensing as you lock eyes to him from beneath your red hood. The moment you do, you feel as if slipping into his mind is like sending a hot knife through butter. He melts to your suggestion, perfectly susceptible and easily puppeteered, a weak-minded, weak-willed individual. You're in.
Sir.
From here on out, you can dictate all of his actions. Basically, you're role-playing the Overseer from here out. And in response to his question, the male enforcer says, "Something went wrong with the maintenance, sir. And the tech adepts are accusing This here, he says, tilting his head, to which
Do
he
it, do
very
it, do it,
quickly
do it, do it.
chimes in, which is utterly absurd. You've checked...
I'm gonna say, shut up, O gracious and kind overseer of this great manufactorum plant. This lady has committed tech heresy against the Imperium.
Wait, aren't you controlling the
Can you do?
overseer?
Yeah, can you control yourself at the same time? I don't even remember if you...
No,
you
I
agree.
have your psychic influence over a creature overrides a creature's autonomy, subjugating it to your will. Choose a creature, it's, whatever, and they can dictate whenever the target.
Oh,
The
yeah,
target is
no.
aware.
It doesn't say he loses control of himself either.
Yep.
It's just sustained. Yep, there you go.
And the overseer just goes, yes, very good. Execute here immediately.
If the overseer's gonna respond, that's you gotta do it.
Yeah, I will. He's gonna think for a little bit, and then he's gonna say, "You are quite a new enforcer here."
New here, but I've spent my time on the force, sir, and you've checked my background.
There are ways that can be faked
Yes, I'm
here
aware.
anymore. I will be reporting this to the enforcers as well to the Mechanicus.
Hold on. Trollman will hold up a hand.
We don't know that he's cast this either.
No, you have no idea.
Like, it's
Before such rash conclusions are to be drawn, there are many suspicions about the facility and you, Overseer. I have some demands to ensure that all is fine within these machines and that no discrepancies have been purposely implanted by either your workers or any possible contraband that has been put through these cranes.
What are your demands, Tech Priest?
I demand access to the sensorium and the records within to ensure that none of the files or any of the contraband that may have passed undetected through your security cameras has infected the machine spirits within. If there is anything, then we are to seize it and to procure to them the cult mechanics so may be purged. Likewise, we would like to seek through any of these submersibles that may be docked. Everything is to be swept, nothing is to be left unchecked to ensure that the purity of the machine spirit may yet still be saved.
I agree with the Tech Priest's conclusion.
Whoa, he didn't have to
Give
roll
them-
a charm. sorry, go on.
Give them full access to the facility, and I want to report about what you found. Make sure that none of the enforcers or anybody messes with them.
Yes, adept, says the male enforcer.
Thank you for your great service to the Imperium.
What we to do with the recruit?
Detain her for now until we get the report from these gracious Tech Priests.
Yes, adept.
It must be the will of the Emperor that they arrived.
He reaches for his manacles before hesitating, and seemingly deciding it's not necessary. She's complying and seems perfectly willing to accept this, confident in her own innocence, so he simply follows her out.
Fucking A. Just sweating more bullets.
fucking job.
Nice.
So how long does this last?
It's until I release it.
That's
yeah,
beautiful.
he just keeps it going.
Yep.
Oh, thank you so much, Elam. With our powers combined,
Oh my
we can
God.
bullshit everything.
Yes. I'm honestly just here to watch the ride. Like, fuck, dude.
Now, importantly, you learn something very distinct from being inside the man's mind.
Mhm.
He is hooked into the security system, not accessing it manually, but rather through a data port in the back of his skull. Meaning
Okay.
that if you were to detach him from it and have Prolman do it, Prolman would have to find a way to add manual input to something that is intended to be input only by people with this augmetic.
Okay.
So, in other words, in order to access the security, you're going to have to keep puppeting him.
No, I plan on puppeting.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
As long as you're puppeting him, you have access to the security, but there is no
Uh.
manual access without access to that
Mm.
augmetic, which none of you have.
Mhm. Hey.
That or it would take Perlman a hot minute to do, you're
Okay.
assuming.
Can I close the door?
Yep.
And then be like, you guys,
I was
what
gonna
happens
say.
if we do it this way? What happens if we let the enforcers seize all the illegal goods? And then we pocket some stuff and leave.
What do you... What? Ellen, what is wrong with you? The overseas right there.
What are you
Perlman is going to look horrified for just a second until he realizes, oh wait, no, this was part of the plan. Wait.
I'm pretty sure Fix has seen this before.
You've already got him?
You... That quickly?
He's a weak-willed individual.
Holy shit. We've won! We did it!
Keep
Get
it
your
down.
voices down. You two, go assist the enforcers and ensure that any illegal contraband is loaded onto our
Actually,
escort vehicle.
Okay, Ellen has to stay here to concentrate on the overseer. I'll go out and do it, but how are they going to know that
Wait.
it's illegal
We need
contraband?
we need to do our investigation first. We then find discrepancies. I give you guys permission to go look through the discrepancies. We find this, and then we seize the illegal goods.
Agreed.
Alright,
Okay.
sounds like a plan.
All right. All right. I feel like in a very hopeful manner, we have just overcome the biggest hurdle of this.
Yeah,
You know what?
honestly.
Let me add some immersion. You see this light?
Uh-huh.
Hold on. How do I make this as bright as humanly possible? Let's see. Can I do this? There you go. There you go. There's the monitors going.
Oh, ew.
There's the monitors going wild. It's still going, by the
Beautiful.
way. It hasn't worn off yet.
Okay. Oh,
Well-
shit, I guess my character
Oh.
would know this. Do I need to stay in here to keep domination on him?
Yeah, you need
Or
line
since
of, you need line of sight.
line of sight. Okay.
You'll have to stay here with him.
I will do that then. I will peek my head out of the door and ask for a chair to be brought up.
By
So
the
I
way,
can
since the
talk-
chat can see it, I'm just going to show you just for funsies. It's going in the general of the server we're in.
Oh my god.
It's not like his odds to resist were particularly bad either. He just rolled awful. Anyways, go on.
All right.
Back to the
So-
action system, by the way, for trying to plan this out and figure out how much time you have.
Perlman will hand over. Well, no, he needs his data slate, but he will need.
I-
Okay.
I also have a data slate.
He will. Is there like a terminal somewhere nearby that Ellum could hook his data slate into just for the look of him doing shit instead of just sitting there just staring?
Yeah, he can do
blankly
the
at
equivalent
overseer?
of charging his iPad.
Yeah. What he'll suggest that as he's gonna go into the sensorium and with authorization from the lovely overseer, very nice person. He's going to get the other adepts to help him collect as much information on everything as possible instead of just him.
Alright. So you're going into the sensorium for this?
Yes.
Alright. Ooh.
Oh.
Welcome to the sensorium. The sensorium is a very simple room. There are catwalks that basically form a circle around it and go in a cross pattern over it. And between each of the notches of the circle and the cross, there is a pit that is essentially an office cubicle for the adepts. There's 4 of them down there, each working on their own thing absolutely tirelessly. At least they were until mostly now they're kind of slapping at their screens and trying to get stuff working again, or just working on analog work if they can help it. But above, on various servo arms, the things that Fix was hearing, are attached monitors and cameras that spin and pivot around. As the best way I can describe it is like the screens on the guys from The Big Empty in Fallout New Vegas, with displaying the eyes and mouth. It's like a bunch of things like that just constantly turning around and showing and looking at different things. But right now, there's kind of spinning out of control and look like they could probably give you a serious concussion if you were too tall to be in here.
Actually, can I
That said, you can make your way down the stairs here and then out or wherever.
Ellen, can you do anything about the cameras?
He can see through all of them, or at least he will be able to when it's all back up.
Also, I'll ask Ellen if he can, like... Actually, oh, fuck. Shoot. You guys continue playing. My food just got here, so I'll be right back.
Alright, fair enough. Well, then we'll focus quickly on Perlman. So you're going to have the adepts do what now, specifically?
Essentially help collect and compile all the data so he can quickly sift through it instead of him individually pulling each batch of information when it comes back up. So essentially they gather it, he sifts through it, and he looks for these quote-unquote discrepancies.
And then in that case... Sorry, go on.
And if any of them give him lip, you'll say, if you don't listen, I'll tell the overseer on you. You told me it was my turn on the sensorium.
All right. Let's see. I need a... Okay, you're looking for what specifically? Discrepancies, right?
Yeah, discrepancies, but primarily he's looking for anything that is extremely out of the ordinary or just arrives very untimely, and anything else that would kind of be like, this is some very suspicious cargo that is coming on through. And secondary, he's just looking for things that could easily go missing under the pretense of like, oh yeah, this is just contraband. You're not supposed to have this. This is ours now.
All right. Then in that case, this will be a extended very easy logic test. You have advantage from your talent, and the reason it's very easy is because they also have Data Delver and they're assisting you. So this is an extended very easy logic test with advantage. It shouldn't be that difficult, but it might.
Whew. Alright, first roll. Alright, well...
Yeah, it takes you like no time at all going through all the information. As once Elam has control over the screens again, he can bring them down to display the data for you on behalf of the adepts as they go through it, all of them checking different records, times, and portions of the facility at different speeds. You stand in the middle and all of a sudden feel like an actual god amongst men, as you are commanding a legion of drones in an office. So, that said, he will have control over the cameras again now, which I'm going to showcase for you guys before he gets back.
Yeah.
You can now... Oh, okay. Do you want to see where the cameras are now?
Yes, that would be nice.
Alright, you can see where they all are, and you can pivot them. There's camera number 1.
Can you turn them
2?
off?
Yes. Number 3. Number 4.
Okay.
Revealing anything caught in their view.
Uh-huh.
Alright. They are stopped by walls, obviously, even if the cone isn't. So, there you go. 4 cameras. As well as ability to see out of anyone whose eyes are augmented as such. You can see through their line of sight. There you go.
So it's basically seeing all the servitors and where they are.
Yes, you can see every servitor as far as you know. Unless one of them's like straight up busted, you can see all of them. And where they're going, you can see all the cameras, and you can see the adept at the front who has the modified eye. Plus, I didn't mark it out because it's, the whole thing. But, for example, like, the whole room of this with Elam is, like, completely covered because you can look anywhere in here, as is the room you're in. So the Sensorium and the Overseer's Vestry are both completely covered. You can see everything in there as well. You can see all of this whenever you're using Dominate to look through what he sees. It's incredibly dizzying, but you're able to figure it out. It'll have a small penalty just because you're not used to it if you try to use awareness to them and stuff, but yeah. You can also pivot any of these cameras and turn their angle.
Okay.
Let me know if you want to spin any of them.
Yeah, I just want to follow these two.
Turn this camera to see if you can't like turn it up this way.
Yeah, I'll try to turn this camera to look up here in the loading bay.
Alright.
See like more
You
of it.
can't get the full angle, but you get the
No,
idea.
it's fine. Yeah.
Ah, what the fuck is that?
In the loading bay where there's various vehicles and the servitors are moving cargo around, you see a group of people all talking. They all look very distinct. One, recognizing off of your man Rayleigh, looks like he's a voidsman, probably of the same ship. There's some sort of civilian standing around, upper hivesman maybe, at least not as low as this, where the other man looks like he's straight out of the trench. He's pale, almost sallow, covered in tattoos, looks deformed. He looks like he's crawled his way out of the trench. And the last looks like an adept who works here, and the four of them seem to be deep in conversation that ranges from tense to curious, but never quite friendly.
Can he hear anything?
No.
Like through the servitor?
No, if you got it closer, yes. But the servitors are following pre-programmed instructions. He does not have control over them.
Okay.
He can direct them, but there's nothing like over there to direct it to, more or less. It would look weird if you just had to walk up and go, hi! They are moving cargo currently. They look like they're busy, and it'd be very suspicious if they stopped. By the way, yeah, you can kind of scan that with it. You can pivot any of these you wish. By this point, these two are going to go out the... I guess the door to the main lobby is technically over. Oh my god, stop! What the hell was that? I've never done that before.
Ping.
Over here, and then you walk through this guy's line of sight, and out the front. At which point they're gone.
Oh, what about this servitor right here? Can I
Oh,
control
yeah, you can
keep
have
him
him
at
look
it?
over. Yeah.
I'm gonna have him look over at him.
They're waiting nearby in conversation. If you move him
Okay.
over, you could probably try and hear it.
I'll have him. Actually, would that look strange to have him do that, or?
No, probably not.
Oh.
You can assume since he looks at whoever's passing through, you could justify it as that, but that's
Yeah,
depends.
as soon
They
as
might
they
be more
walk-
familiar than you. As far as you know, no.
Okay. I'll just have him stay there.
Try a difficult awareness test to listen in.
Oh gosh, dang it! I have my eyes. That would be nice if I had ears. Oh, shit. For my whatever it's called.
Fix has ears.
Oh yeah, I have that.
Damn.
For the eyes and the ears.
No.
Alright,
Damn.
so there you go.
Okay.
What are you doing, Fix?
It's a great question. What the fuck can I do?
Well, I mean,
You guys have microbeads, right?
yes.
Well, okay.
We-
You can put those on and then talk to each other.
I mean, I have mine in.
Yeah, I thought I'd already have mine in.
If you put them on, you can talk to each other. I just say put them on because they're not like that subtle.
Okay.
But
Well, I thought we're a bunch of tech priests, so it's just kind of like who would question it, right?
I mean,
that's very true. You can have it part of the discussion. I'm just saying whether if you wanted to have
Okay.
it off, then you can put it on now. I'm not saying you would have had to have it off. I'm just saying if you want to, it can be on now regardless. And point is that you can use that to communicate if you split up. Meaning that if Vix goes wherever, then Perlman can just relay the information from the sensorium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can Fix see the what Elam sees on the cameras? Like, are there screens?
Yes.
Here? Okay. He looks at the camera that's looking at the loading bay.
Saying something, because if so, it's not coming through.
he like kind of leans into the screen that looks to the loading bay,
Right.
and kind of like squints at the group there. And he's like, "Who are they? Do you ever see got any information in him?" He turns back to Elon.
I have no idea.
Can't you like
Controlling his mind, not reading it.
Can't you like search his mind or something?
No.
What?
I can erase memories. I can't interrogate him.
You're like in there, right? Why can't you just whatever? Perhaps we'll go have a chat.
I
There will
wouldn't do
be-
that.
There will be a small crackle through the microbeam as Perlman will begin to speak.
Have you managed to find anything?
Group of people in the loading bay, having a conversation. A group of individuals, honestly. We got like a voidsman. We got one of them admin guys. The guy that looked like he'd come around the bar sometime, and I don't know about the other one. He's I don't even know what he is. Four of them having a conversation.
Then ask of the Overseer through the comms of any parts of the facility, if it's all possible, to have one of the enforcers hold them for questioning, and for any other enforcers to secure the ship ahead of time. I have all the information on discrepancies that I have here, thanks to the help of the adepts here. We shall see to it that everything is nice and clean, as some of the hivers would say. But we must hurry.
Right.
Mhm.
Can you like just relay information through like an enforcer specific channel?
Mm.
As far as you can tell, giving it a cursory search,
Mhm.
yes. You're pretty sure that's enforcer specific, or at least employee specific.
Okay.
It does not play over comms, it would play over headsets and
Yeah.
such.
I will.
However, that's worth noting that unless he has it off right now, that includes this guy.
Okay.
Looks like
Oh,
he
yeah.
works here.
I will relay that the tech priests have found some things, and they will continue digging. They just need to clear up some stuff to see how bad the damage is and what has been corrupted. Or what has. We need to contact or pray to the machine spirits to try to recover information.
Alright.
Fix will look at the screen to see if this dude reacts at all.
Roll an average intuition. He definitely had some kind of reaction. You just can't tell what it is. You can't tell if he's bothered or anything. He did react. He was clearly listening.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
keep an
he's-
eye on those two.
He's in on it, or like not in on it, but like connected to the things.
I shall let those two do their things before Perlman will have his action again to leave and start making his way towards the ship piece by piece. He'll go through the overseer's office first when it comes
Alright.
around to his turn again.
Yeah, you can do that now while they've been doing that.
Okay.
Yours was very quick.
Yes.
Wait, so did you get like the discrepancies and shit?
I got everything. I got 10 success levels.
Yeah, he's
I
basically
got,
scoured everything recent and relevant.
I have what is essentially a catalog of things we probably could get away with and things that you probably couldn't get away with before, it'd probably fall within enforcer territory. Where like, oh yeah, no, this is in our jurisdiction. You guys are like the techie boys. Why are you trying to steal these drugs?
You are able to find that there is quite a few discrepancies. Clearly a fair lot of smuggling goes on here. But you're not able to figure out exactly what's in most of the crates, only mark out ones that have something off the records. That's basically what you can find. If it's off the records, obviously it's not on the records to be found, but you can figure out how many crates are things that are written in poorly, things that are either not accurate or like duplicates and stuff. And there is a fair deal that's come off the Peregrinus. Ultimately, the main things you're able to find are the most important, I should say, rather than the main things that seem to be odd, are 2 secure crates in Zone 11. There's two of these secured crates in there. You are also able to locate exactly where they are if you go there.
Perlman, with this information, is going to find an enforcer once he leaves, but first things first, he's going to look towards Fix and Elam.
Ensure that any other parties are at least held for questioning and that the ship is seized by any of the available enforcers. And for the new recruit that has been detained, if she wishes to prove her innocence, that she had done nothing wrong, and that it was merely something through the contraband that had been passing through here, you may as well use this as her chance to prove her innocence in aiding in the investigation.
Then have a talk to that group. He gestures to the group people below him. They're like mighty suspicious to me.
That is what the enforcers will be for. We don't want to draw any more additional attention to ourselves. The less eyes we have on us, the better. The enforcers are official. They will be questioned less than a mysterious group of Cult of Mechanicus members appearing out of nowhere.
Fair enough. But Ilum needs to stay here. If we're, he gestures to Perlman and himself. If we're going to go out there, we need to come up with an excuse for him to be in here still.
You're too far away. I couldn't make that out really.
You can just. I am in here, relaying data through my data slate to the overseer of what you guys find. I'm not the tech priest. I'm just a simple adept.
Perlman nods at Elam's explanation. It is rock solid, and considering he has literal control of the overseer, it sells it all the more.
That is true.
I pull out and start looking at his data slate.
Though what you can do is in Zone 11 there are 2 secure boxes that we should at least apprehend. If need be, I can give you the information on it and any word from the overseer to back it up as well. I will head towards the submersible and, with any luck, go through its logs and see what cargo it has.
Okay.
Alright. I'll get off to Zone 11 then.
Right.
Hooray!
So you can use your move and action. Whoa! To go over to 11 right away. You know what I mean. To move 2 zones. I'm tracking in turns because of other stuff.
Oh, that's because it's a door. That's why I couldn't walk there.
It's true. There should be no wall. To go over to this one. Don't forget, you can pivot the cameras whenever you want, even if it's just aesthetically, you could follow him. I just think that's funny.
It would certainly help sell it all the more.
Alright.
I can't move him, but
yeah, and you can tell me to, I should have said.
I'll just
Roman, where are you
follow
going?
with the cameras.
Yeah. Fix will get to Zone 11.
Alright. Roman, where are you going?
He's gonna head towards Zone 12 to start his way towards the ship.
Let me just drag him over there, it'll be quicker.
Right. Along the way, he will tell that enforcer of the news that in their search, they will seize temporarily the submersible to ensure that it is not carrying any contraband. Essentially, extra help if the enforcer is feeling jiggy with it and wants to help crack some lawbreakers' skulls.
Give a easy report test. This is important. I just can't find a specialty in my mind, but I don't think you have one, so I don't think it matters.
4 successes.
He's quick to say, with his maul over his shoulder, seemingly ready for violence if it comes to pass. As you wish, adept. I should warn you now, there are people aboard the submersible. Some of the crew came in late. Seems they're doing some sort of group bonding exercise. He mumbles as if confused by even the notion of what they tried to tell him they were up to.
All the more curious and all the more reason for you to remain vigilant. If they try anything...
Perlman will just look at the shock maw.
He nods, singularly and sternly. They haven't left the ship so far, and they didn't touch anything on the way through. They've been good the last few days. I'm not suspicious of them, but best to be thorough. Good luck, adept.
With a nod, Perlman continues. This is working well.
You over to the door.
Then it's just going to be a bunch of clowns in there with syntax and C4.
Yeah.
Good. I wasn't that inspired by barotrauma. It's a bunch of Eldar Harlequins with the melta-bombs.
Listen, when I hear the strange bonding thing, all I can think of, they're just honking horns in there, aren't they?
So,
They're honking each other's horns.
now hold on.
Fix is just gonna remind Elam to go tell these 2 enforcers to go question these guys here.
Under the pretense.
Under the pretense of the overseer.
Okay. I'm just worried that they're in on it, right? But
What do you mean?
The corrupt
the
enforcers.
enforcers are taking bribes, right? And it's just like, well, obviously the overseer would know that, unless he's playing along so he doesn't get like fucked by the Mechanicus of the Imperium, I guess. But
Maybe.
I don't know. If that's what you guys want me to do, I guess I'll do that.
I guess it's a group call then. Group vote. Are they going to check on the thing going on in the bay?
Yeah,
Or I can send him to help you in Zone 11 too.
I think I want this dude to come with me.
Well, Perlman, under the words of, if you want to prove your innocence in this whole situation, help with the seizing of anything and everything and assistance in the investigation. So
Yeah.
It's important to know you probably don't want them to know what you're seizing for your interests.
Yes.
Well, yeah, obviously.
It's mostly in response to Fix wanting help searching them.
Oh, right. Yeah, I might want to do that.
Oh, actually, that's true.
Oh.
All right,
So are you commanding these 2 enforcers to go check that out?
No, do you guys want me to or no?
I think these 2 enforcers should go check out this group of people in the loading bay.
Okay.
I'll check Zone 11 by myself, hopefully.
Okay. I don't want our cover to get blown, if that makes sense.
How would it get blown?
Well, I mean, I'm afraid the enforcers are taking bribes. They know what's going on.
Right.
And then we come over here, we start interrogating them, and then
if we send these guys, then one person that's probably new to this place and probably isn't taking bribes yet goes to deal with the sus group. So then, there's that sort of safety net.
Or that's why he was hired on, is because he's dirty. I vote we keep him.
But
I mean, my vote is we keep him on standby. We find the stuff. We then I can then move everybody so they don't see you guys take him out, right?
wait, take him out?
Like move the the contraband outside, and then the gangers can come pick it up. If that makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so like you can search this. This enforcer is technically over by Zone 13. And then basically what'll happen is if that's what you find, I can move all the cameras around. I just need you to bring it out front, like right here, and then we just vox the gangers. Like I will tell these two to go like sit in the security hub. And then I'll have the gangers come and they can like grab the contraband, right?
Could do that. I just don't want to leave that group alone.
Well, that's why I'm like watching that group, and then if they do anything, I'll send the two enforcers over, or I can like send the two to the security hub and have them sit in there, and then if this group tries anything, then I can try to stick the enforcers on them.
That's true. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So what are you doing immediately in terms of like any commands you want to issue or anything you want to say?
All right, I am back.
I'm not, but I think this enforcer right here followed Perlman, right? I'm not
This
being
one?
there. That one.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
walked past him and he talked to him, but he didn't go with him.
Oh, did he not? Oh, I thought he did.
You want to get?
Well, there's a wall right
two-
here.
You want to get the two enforcers in this?
That's not a wall. I told you that before. All of this is open, no walls.
Oh, okay.
Zone 10, 11, and 12 are all open. It's just a distinction based on...
Through the whatever you want to call it, through the comms of the this dude, the overseer, I'm gonna tell the enforcer of the docks to go assist the tech priest that talked to him earlier, and then I'll ask the other two if they could actually stay in the security hub, the two that are outside.
Alright. So, first of all, this one will agree.
Yeah.
Unless Perlman would like to tell him, no, go back, I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, no, he would absolutely prefer the help in searching the ship to ensure that, everyone behaves and everything.
As you call in, however, the other two to move, you get two people talking at the same time. Both the male enforcer here and the other enforcer here. They both try to say something before trying to figure out who should go first, which ends up being this one. It says, "But sir, if you send both of them into the security hub, there's no one patrolling the dockyard."
That's a good point.
Oh.
Oh, both of you guys go and secure the dock, or go to Zone 10 and watch the dockyard.
Send the new enforcer to the security hub and
Oh
send
yeah, that's a good point.
the other one. Yeah.
Okay, I'll send the new enforcer to the security hub and remind her that I'm watching her.
It's
And
then
then
that
the
this
other one-
one will make his point, though.
Oh,
I thought you wanted her detained. Called in reinforcements to take her back to the central hub.
Oh, okay. Well,
actually, that's
okay. Remember, like, if she wants to prove her innocence here and now, especially at such a crucial moment.
well. It's
Yeah.
well. If the enforcers are already coming, then those two can stay out there. Then
Well, no, they're coming to take her away. They're not coming to
Yeah.
help us.
no, I meant they're coming to take her away, so I don't want
Alright.
them inside. Right?
Okay,
They can stay there. They can pick her up, and then I will have the male guard come back into Zone 10. Correct?
By the way, the zones are out of character names. for the
Well, no,
areas.
I'm
just
yes,
making
I
sure
know
that's
that.
clear, but yeah.
Yes.
Well, if that doesn't work for them, then Perlman, if he's overhearing this...
No, he can't
Concern-
overhear what's going on
Okay.
over their comms. Only yours that are separate.
Okay.
I will remind the one
When he's
that-
speaking as the Overseer, you can't hear it. When he's speaking as Elam, they can't hear it.
Okay.
I will remind the one that's over on the docks then to keep an eye out the best he can. I'll remind him that I am watching through the cameras and all the servitors also.
Then before he gets there, he will change his patrol route to go back to it. Alright.
Okay.
Wait, to where? What? No.
You told him
he
you
wanted-
told him not to go with him, right? Isn't that
No,
what you
I
just
said to go with him, but to keep an eye out, and I will keep an eye out through the cameras and the servitors, is what I said. Until the enforcers come and pick up this the new lady.
Bing bong.
Can I
Yep.
search my shit?
Oh, yeah, right.
It took. Yeah, you're there. He got to. Yes, new turn. Do new things while he's doing that, which means you can make a. You don't need to make an awareness test. He can direct you to it. Perlman, that is.
take that.
You get basically just pick one or two. Which of the two suspicious crates do you want to check? One or two?
2.
All right. Then in that case, you approach a crate. Again, one of the very secure ones that looks to have some kind of technological lock. You don't really know what to do about this, staring down at the high-tech Old Terra device.
I have a multi-key.
All right. Does a multi-key work on not a lock, but a keypad?
Huh? Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Do you know how to use that for keypads?
It's for, hold on. Where the fuck is it? Multi-key.
Oh, yeah, it has
multi-keys-
probes.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
To...
It is not.
yeah.
It's used in
Use a
combination with
multi-key
Dex lockpicking, which
dexterity
this does
lockpicking.
not use.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, you
related
have,
with
in other words, you have no idea how to open it immediately, but you are
No,
able to find it. Somewhere
right
over
over
here.
the comms. One of these is a keypad.
You're moving away from your mic again.
One of these has a keypad. Not entirely sure what to do with that.
Roman, you never found any kind of passcode on it. Roll a average logic test,
Very well.
Roman. Or you can roll a challenging one. Fix.
Damn.
Oh, I thought those were the other way around. That would have been really funny. Roman, it doesn't take much thought to realize, the crates probably aren't part of the docks. That's probably part of the Peregrinus, and it's probably in their logs, the password, not in the docks. So you can likely find the passcode for it somewhere aboard the ship.
Then keep them secure for the time being until investigation can commence on them. I'm about to aboard the submersible now and see what I can find.
Yeah, keep me posted.
Alright.
That.
In that case,
Bing bong.
your turn. The hatch opens, you enter an intermediary area, then the hatch closes behind you, then the next one opens, then that closes behind you once you're aboard. Tight corridors. It's, like a submarine. Very tight corridors, frequent doors, very difficult to navigate, especially to move fast around. But the enforcer voices a concern that crosses your mind immediately. Where do we even start?
You are free to search in the crew quarters. I can search wherever the captain may be, provided he's on the vessel. If you do happen to come across the crew members, you're free to tell them that the vessel is to be temporarily seized while I search through its logs to ensure that no contraband has been passing through.
Adepta, he says, moving that way.
Oh boy, what a little rush he gets each time he hears that.
I joined entirely for the title privileges. That is actually the reason most people join the Administratum. I remember reading, it's just like I have to do a boring clerk job all day, but people call me sir. Also, I get to eat not cornstarch for lunch. So,
All right.
as you're approaching the back, there's ways up, ways down, but it doesn't take long for you to hear chanting.
Oh no.
Oh.
All right. Hopefully they're just celebrating Sanguinius or Sanguinala. I'm sorry.
So, are you gonna go towards it, or are you gonna go up? They are down in the belly of the beast. Lights are out, by the way. This place is dark.
Does my special eye come with night vision?
I don't think so. Magnetic sensory organ. +1 success level all tests using that sense. No, that's it. Just +1 success level to sight.
How bare bones.
Yep. Well, that's exactly what it is. It's a bare bones augmetic eye.
All right. Time to explore and see if I become seafood.
Alright. Are you gonna do so, like, are you gonna try and creep up on them, or are you gonna try and just go in and say, stop! I don't like it.
No, Perlman's obviously gonna try and sneak in closer. He doesn't trust this.
Alright. Make an average stealth test. They will try to hear you.
Not good, but
Sorry.
not. That's the sound he makes if he failed. Just bong.
Keeping that?
I have to.
Alright. You make your way into the depths as the chanting becomes clear and loud. Part of the ship, part of the crew.
What?
You guys can
Oh,
hear this over his mic in the distance.
Oh.
There is...
Tech man, what's going on?
Perlman will immediately whisper,
If I do not respond back soon, send help to the submersible.
You see 4 voidsmen surrounding another who is shirtless as they chant part of the ship, part of the crew. As one of them takes a sword and cuts a pipe of the ship as the promethium oils that fuel it begin to douse the man, flooding over him as he is bathing in it and drinks it. You know as an adept that that's not healthy for you, but he's doing it as he is doused in oil, drinking it as the chanting grows louder. As he begins to bathe in it, they stop chanting specifically, instead just roar and cheer.
That just sounds like some good old-fashioned hazing to me, but
Yeah. Like, damn, you've stumbled into a frat.
yep.
yeah, if Perlman isn't spotted, he's going to start backing up.
It does
And,
not seem they've noticed you.
Yeah, he's gonna go look for that enforcer.
Alright. You may do
What
so.
is this? What the fuck is that?
And he will immediately relay the information that he had seen, and that this is not good.
What's he
that they may
specifically
have,
describing?
He is specifically stating that he had found crew members further down the sub that were committing some sort of strange ritual that looked like it certainly does not abide by Imperial law.
What kind of ritual? He says, readying his maul and beginning to creep that way.
They are drinking the promethium of the ship, and they are chanting part of the ship, part of the crew, as he's going to ready his hammer.
So, in the meantime, as a new round comes to pass, what do the other two of you do?
I'll
just-
go
I'm-
check the other crate.
Alright. The other one is also a technological lock, like that.
God.
There are plenty
Damn
around
it.
that aren't, if you wanted to spend your time digging through those.
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Alright.
When I see him do that, I'm gonna move the camera off of him.
Fair enough. Alright. Average
My man.
average dexterity for lockpicking, it's extended.
Okay.
Speaking of, what are you doing, Elam?
I'm just keeping an eye on the camera, especially these two.
Do I get anything for the
Or these three.
multi-key, or does that
The multi-key
give
just
me
allows
the-
you to do it.
Just allows me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Alright, progress is made.
Pretty good.
You don't have it open yet, but you're starting to fiddle with it. So, Elam, are you doing anything other than just watching?
Nope, I am just watching.
Alright.
That's all I really can do, I think.
Well, the servitor here that you had been watching through ends up opening the vehicle gate as an enforcer vehicle comes through.
Okay.
It parks there as the driver leans out the window to just begin talking to the two of them, trying to figure out what's going on, seemingly. It stays open for now.
Okay.
That also gives you view out there. The gangers cannot be seen there, they're just there to remind you have that asset.
Okay, thank you.
That said, this conversation is still going on. You can roll a challenging intuition to try and read it.
Okay, I'll do.
I believe in you.
No, they're just
Damn
they're just talking, shifting around occasionally as the servitors mill about their business, loading vehicles. So, in the meantime, we now cut back to Perlman. As you give your information and the enforcer stops dead in his tracks. So where are you from, Adept? He asks.
The upper hive spires. Why?
That's really just a common sort of ritual thing they do around here on the ships. Comes from the Navis Imperialis, if I'm not mistaken. It's harmless.
Harmless is not something I would seem to come to conclusion with when they are drinking promethium from the ship itself.
Well, it's harmless to the soul and the rest of us, I guess. Can't imagine it tastes very good.
Then I assume there will be little issue in at least letting them finish their so-called ritual and escorting them outside of the submersible until my search is complete.
And so, best not to interrupt them. They're a rowdy lot. It'd be easier to wait. But if they're already doing that, they're probably done soon.
What exactly is this ritual?
It's just something they do to new crewmen. Details never served on the ship.
Then for the time being, I suppose we shall look for the logs of the ship and quickly gather them, and determine whether or not that the crew on here is innocent of whatever it is that has been happening to the machine spirits within the facility.
I'll keep an eye on them, see when they're done.
With that, Perlman, deep suspicion is going to try and look for the logs, as
What?
he is going to remind the others that currently he is fine, but if he just does not come out, then something has gone horribly wrong on the submersible.
Alright, make a average awareness. Sight-based. So you can have your +1 success level to
Great.
try and locate anywhere useful for it. If you fail, you can just, just try to find it. It's just how long it takes is the concern.
Oh, marginal failure.
Alright. You're pretty close to it. I'll give it to you for free next turn, but it will take your action on the next bout.
Very well.
Which, next bout, you take your action, you find the captain's quarters and the various logs of the ship kept by the bosun and all that. You can search them on the next round, as what are the rest of you doing? I assume still lockpicking in Fix's case. Fix?
Oh no, the clown's got him.
Sorry.
Nah.
Um, Yeah,
You made
Dex.
another
Dex check.
average lockpick.
Damn it.
These things are sturdy, damn it.
Or adding the stuff for your whatever you want to call it, your multi-key.
Yeah, it just lets him do it.
It lets me.
Oh,
do
lets you do it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure.
copy that.
Yeah, it lets you use it.
Oh, okay.
That
I
lets you don't
didn't
have
know how it
anything to
works.
pick
So.
It's just a lockpick, basically.
Yeah.
Can't pick a lock without a lockpick. But anyway, what about you, Elam? What are you doing?
I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to see what's going on out here with this other servitor.
This one's getting in.
Okay.
They don't cuff her still. She's just getting
That's
in the
fine.
back.
Yeah. I'm gonna be like, Elam, or I'm at Fix. The other enforcer may be coming in soon.
Right.
I don't want them to get suspicious, so I want to have one of them watching the docks.
And she's gone. The vehicle
Okay.
drives away and the door seals. Now, the other enforcer heads back in, and new round. First of all, let's get the lockpick out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm giving you energy. Energy!
Well, also too, the other. Oh, there you go.
And it cracks open.
Let's go.
Sorry, what was that, the Elam?
Oh, I was relaying that the other enforcer was coming inside too.
You crack it open. Give me... Where is it here? Give me a D6. Just have to count how many options I had. I didn't number them.
Ooh.
Alright. You crack it open to find various shipments. Roll an easy logic test for evaluation. Yep.
Ooh.
You're able to find something inside of extreme artistic value. A very nice statue. Clearly it's going somewhere up the hives rather than down. However, that thing looks heavy and it's pretty big. That's one of those things you're only going to be able to carry out of here in your arms.
Okay.
There's no hiding that, there's no shoving it in a bag, but that thing looks like it's probably worth quite a bit of money.
Well, that's something to come back to. He'll just shut the crate and leave the. Is it like a padlock?
More or less. Not exactly,
Okay.
but more or less.
Yeah. He'll leave it in like the position where it's not like closed, but from like
It
a
looks-
distance it looks like it's closed.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright. Back aboard the Peregrinus. You may begin your, let's call it a easy logic test to search the records for what you're looking for. It's extended. But, that said, you can have your advantage for Data Delver.
Very well.
I'll say I'm
Really
happy
funny,
my
just
character's
like-
head hasn't exploded yet.
Me too. It'd
Sorry.
be really funny to just be hugging this like giant statue waddling out the door, just being like, Omniscient needs this.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
that's the vibes I'm getting while I'm in here. All right. Okay. Easy with advantage.
Oh,
Hey.
oh, crit.
And a crit.
Pretty much instantly, you're able to find it, the logs of everything, and the passwords to it, as well as access very quickly to the captain's private documents hidden behind a very crude cipher. As in his journal and log, you can read through if you so choose.
First, get out of there. Leave. Be gone.
You don't have anything to download it to, so basically you're.
Huh? Doesn't he have his? He has his data.
No, he left that with Elam.
No, I'm
No,
I'm
I-
updated.
yeah.
Oh, he has
Yeah,
his
he has
own
his own-
data slate. My
Yeah.
bad. Right,
Yeah.
right. I forgot. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, you can download those.
We leave. run away.
All right. It will take, if you're aware with your expertise that it would take another action, to put it simply, to go through and try to scrub any trace that you did so.
Mm.
But it's also a ship captain who might not be savvy enough to check.
It's also the captain of a crew that's drinking the
Drinking
Promethean.
oil.
Put nothing past it. Get rid of it.
All right. And then lastly, Elam, what are you doing? Are you gonna relay to this enforcer yet?
Yeah, I'll be like, now that she's been taken away, will you? On both channels, I will ask him to please come back to the zone, or ask him to come and watch come back to the dockyard, just keep an eye on things. I will say that that's all I'll say for right now.
And next round.
Is the enforcer in sight of Fix?
Roll a challenging awareness. Yes. Yes, he is. You managed to catch a glimpse of him patrolling through the various crates and whatnot.
Okay.
We'll go back to the other theme. The immediate tension around the armsman thing has subsided. So, new round. What do you want to do? He can relay you the codes immediately if Roman so chooses.
Yeah, we'll be opening those crates.
Roman, you gonna give him the codes?
Yeah, he'll say that he found something, but what he said before still stands.
What did he say before?
Can you transfer the data to my data slate?
He can
First
say
he
the
has to
codes
clear it.
He can say the code's aloud, and you can write it down, but otherwise...
Yeah, I'll do that then.
If you mean the records, then yeah, he'd have to get back to you.
But what he said before is if he doesn't come out of this ship, something happened to him.
Oh, right. Fix just voxes in to the group. Hey, Tech Man, you alright? You're not dead, right?
I have found things. I have found the codes. I can read them quickly, but I must hurry.
Fair enough.
As if he isn't asked directly, like, what are the codes, he is going to keep trying to sweep his the fact that he had been through here clean quickly, as he does not trust anything that he has seen so far.
Extended average security test.
What is security?
Security, sorry, specialty of tech.
Okay.
And average, you said?
All right. Yeah, it's gone, and so are you.
Hooray!
You get it done, and you're already on your way out when you run into the enforcer, leading the Voidsman.
Well,
I see you've come across the crew.
They're just on their way out, looking for a bar now. He says, cocking his head to the side.
Fair enough, you must forgive me for my suspicions, but the machine spirits acting awry, it is most curious to have such a situation like this. But with many here acting helpful and coordinated, perhaps we may be able to get this ailment situated.
One of the Voidsmen approaches, the one who was going through the, as Belts called it, a hazing. He's still soaked in oil, and he looks up to you as the stuff practically coats his eyes. You think it might have stained the whites of his eyes as he looks up, with some of it dripping out the corner of his mouth. Anything we can do to help, sir? As he looks up to you, coated in oil that he's been drinking. He stifles a belch, best he can in your presence.
If anything does happen to come across, then I will be sure to let you know. Thank you for your service for transporting all these materials and anything else that the Hive City may need.
Pleasure doing service, as they make their way out. And so too may you. You are now here. If you're wondering why it says major hazard when you go here, there is Promethean barrels for refueling. Worst comes to worst, you could blow those up.
You just hear a quick, give me codes.
There is a soft sigh that leaves Perlman. This is like, okay, no, they're just weird. They're just weird.
Fun fact, all of that stuff about drinking the oil, that's canon Imperial Navy lore.
Huh.
I didn't make that
Nice.
up. That's canon. It's just that these guys are derived of them, so they keep the tradition.
It's fucking
I'm glad I was right that there's some sort of hazing.
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't like their submarine thing's a demon host and
Oh, there you go. It's
Yeah,
just
some like weird cornate ritual where they fucking replace blood with oil.
blood of the ship. Ugh.
blood of, yeah, exactly. You want to live in here, you have to drink the blood of the ship.
I should have named the
Perlman
ship
is-
like the HHS Red Herring or something.
Perlman is going to give the codes as he looks through his data slate and looks through the logs as things seem to be calming down. His so far unaugmented heart was at once spasming but seems to have calmed down. You'll have to augment that later so it doesn't happen again.
He hates the fleshy squelch of it pushing blood through him. It's disgusting. Anyways.
Input code to number 2.
Alright. Beep, 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 beep. You say as you put in the code. The doors unseal and you make your way into the shipping container, as inside are various other secured crates. These you can lockpick.
Okay, sweet. Inside of Enforcer or no?
No, you're inside one of the crates. In fact, if you
Okay.
close the doors to it, no one will even know that
Oh,
it's
actually,
been
you know,
opened.
are there lights in here though?
No.
Then he will slightly close the doors
Alright.
to give him enough light, but that's it.
Alright. You're in. You may also make your first lockpicking attempt.
Yay. It's 1.
Alright. You're beginning. Fiddling with it. This seems simple enough. So.
Wait,
Elon,
can
what
I
do you
just
do?
see what's on the log manifest to just say like, okay, don't bother picking this or that?
More discrepancies. That one's not in the logs, but the captain has the code for it.
Okay.
Oh, can I ask what's his name? I'm gonna ask Perlman and one of the enforcers to please come up to the overseer's office.
Which enforcer? This one will respond naturally.
Yeah,
because
that,
it's close,
that,
if
that
that's
one will
the case.
respond. Yeah. Mhm.
Perlman will head up then, since he has been called by the overseer.
Mhm.
You can get there as your action for this one, which is a
Yep.
new round, so another lockpicking test from him.
And then basically, what I'm gonna say is that
Hey!
oh shoot, there you go.
All right. I'll get to that in a second. Go for the vestry scene first.
Oh, I'm gonna tell, as the overseer, I'm gonna tell the enforcer that I know that this may be against protocol, but for my own welfare, the tech priests have talked me into getting quickly getting checked on at the Cult Mechanicus, or at like the nearest whatever, because of this tech heresy. Something may have infected me, and so after this is all done, and if they find anything, they secured transport, and they will be taking me as the overseer with them, and then I will be back as fast as I can, and then I'll need them to keep this place on lockdown for me.
Are we stealing an overseer?
Yes! The most valuable thing in this
And then
facility.
I will point to Perlman to go into details about how the man side of him can be affected by problems with the machine spirit.
My only question, sir, is who's going to manage the facility?
You two will. You guys have been here long enough, and I trust.
I
I will
don't
only
have-
be gone for. They told me that I should only be gone for about an hour to 2 hours,
I
and I
don't
will
have
be back.
access to the camera systems, and we're down a man. Should I call for reinforcements?
Slash shrug,
Well.
deal with it.
Don't call for reinforcements yet.
If need be, we can perhaps send something to aid as our transport arrives.
Understood. He says very much tenuous at this point. He's starting to waver. You can see the uncertainty in his every move. He's waiting to be dismissed.
You're good to go. I am so sorry for everything that's happened tonight.
Is that on behalf of Elam specifically, not the Overseer?
That was Elam saying he's so sorry for everything that's happened tonight. Hopefully, after this gets resolved and the tech heresy gets taken away by the Mechanicus, that hopefully you will have no more problems.
Last you see within context of the round, he's going through here.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Keep an eye on him with the cameras on.
Bix.
Yeah.
You crack open the crate. Chemicals. Lots of various chemicals. Hazard signs and the like. All in some serious storage containers. Industrial grade stuff and not... You have no idea, but these are definitely hazardous chemical materials.
Time to find out. Levels lasgun.
Burns fate point with hilarious intent. So, that's what you find.
Fix knows that he has 3 lives.
He remembers creating his character as a cat. So,
Perlman is going to speak towards Elam.
You are taking perhaps too grand of a risk in taking the entire Overseer with us.
I'm gonna. If I've seen that the 2 enforcers are away, I'm gonna whisper to him. As soon as he leaves my line of sight, the spell breaks and we're fucked.
This is true, but would it not be more prudent to say that our investigation has concluded, that you will be the last one to gather some information, and as you are leaving, wipe his mind so that he does not remember anything as you make your way out?
If I were to do that, let's just say things are not going to end well.
Very well, you've put trust in me.
The warp will leak through.
You have put trust enough in me to lead us this far. I can trust you in this endeavor. But do be mindful, we are treading on dangerous ground now as they are growing suspicious.
We've been doing it the whole time.
As he is going to he's going to start communicating through the Vox speed.
Have you found anything yet?
Chemicals. Lots of chemicals. Some warning labels on them. Can't say what they do, honestly.
Elam, are you gonna unplug the Overseer now? If so, you
No.
Let me know when, because the cameras will go dark, obviously.
I want to do that when we have our city van arrive.
Okay. Alright.
Perlman is going to do another quick look through all the logs that he has to look for all the crates that have any sort of real discrepancies and everything else. With tension starting to grow and caution beginning to grow in the other men as things continue on, he is going to start marking them out as he's going to relay them to Elam that there have been many discrepancies found within technological crates within the various loading areas.
Uh-huh.
And to try and get the loader servitors, that the Cult of Mechanicus will end up taking them for thorough inspection, and if they notice that there is any taint amongst the machines, they shall be properly destroyed, and anything that is untouched shall be returned. But all in all, they need to start leaving. They are starting to outstay their welcome. As you
Does
also
it say
relate,
this over the Vox?
yeah, as he'll also say to Fix that, like, unless you want to be really fast if you're checking, it would probably be better just to let the servitors start loading it. Because
What?
didn't we come in on a vehicle? We can relay that. Oh yeah, that's our little transportation vehicle.
Truck.
And it was around the
It's
corner,
not
so
gonna
you could
hold.
probably get it, yeah. The
Then
vehicle's
if
on
it-
standby, but Longfellow is not. It would be one of these guys driving.
Is there like a rough guess at how many of these crates the truck could hold?
Like the shipping crates? Or the stuff
well, like,
inside the one he's found?
The stuff inside the one he's found.
Yeah, it could definitely hold all of it.
Okay. Then he'll relay that. He'll quickly check through the other ones in Zone 10. But if at all possible, like, to LM try and get the either the servitors to load the cargo thing over there, or like as close as possible to the truck, that everyone can start unloading the container into it.
Mhm.
Oh, and they can just leave, and
Now,
maybe he
importantly-
can find something.
Importantly, the place where there's loading vehicles is this one here.
Mhm.
The vehicles come in through here and are loaded in this zone. There's already, there's people in there still. Which, as you're having this discussion, Elam,
Yeah.
you see through the overseer that the enforcer has come in to join the conversation.
I'm gonna relay that. Hey, the enforcer is talking to the people in the loading bay now. This may break out into a fight.
So,
Get one of the servitors over there. Listen in.
Okay.
speaking of, as Fix is saying this, you hear a sudden loud clang over his mic. Fix,
Uh-oh.
why is the shipping container going up?
Oh no.
No.
Hey, I'm gonna relay.
Um,
B team, be advised. We may need you guys to make an entrance here soon.
I have a problem here. I might be being moved.
Oh
Shit.
no.
As it begins to lift up to the roof and be carried away, last chance to jump out and try to stick the landing. Otherwise, you're going with it. It'd be too high up for a safe fall, and you're very certain of that once you get up there. But before then, you can try.
I wanna roll.
Too far
Hey,
away.
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought this would have ended sooner. I
Me
am being
too.
harassed. I need to go deal with a family thing. I
Oh,
probably won't be back
okay.
on,
All right.
but I thought I could squeeze out maybe 5 more minutes, and I can right now. But they are harassing me, so I
mean-
need to go deal with this. Sorry, y'all. But
No,
continue
you're
to play. I talked to Vox. Will control my character,
All right.
so finish this up.
Very good.
Don't
I
make
hope
him
you ha-
explode,
I hope
or if
you-
you make him explode, summon a greater demon.
I hope you had fun for
I would.
the 80% you played. Should almost.
Honest, this is one of the funnest sessions I've had in a while. Not that I don't enjoy
glad.
our new campaign,
Yeah.
but it's fun to play different characters because I usually play the brute, and so it's fun
Right.
not to play the brute.
But
Okay,
all right. Very good.
thank you guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
it's fun
yeah.
playing with you.
Have a good
Yeah,
time.
nice to meet you guys. I'm gonna have so much damn fun. See you guys later.
That was
This is-
sarcastic. Good.
This,
Woo!
this has been like the absolute hardest I've ever bullshitted on a character.
I know. It's working. So,
Okay, I'm gonna roll.
I'm gonna do something extra
Will-
spicy now that Elam is technically an NPC.
Oh no.
Only I get to see what they're doing, and I'll relay it through him.
I'm gonna roll a willpower test. Challenging. If I succeed on it, he stays in. If I don't succeed on it, he tries to roll out.
Discipline's the skill for it.
Discipline, thank you.
It's a composure subtype. That's good for that kind of stuff. He's staying in, but he doesn't like it.
Looks like he's staying. He's like, oh god, this is such a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it.
I am going to give you frightened for the marginal success. You're staying in, but you're frightened for a bit.
Yeah, fair. He's gonna relay it to
It's slightly different than its 4th edition counterpart. It's kind of more like Chronicles sort of stuff. Basically, while you have minor frightened, you have disadvantage on all tests relating to confronting your fear, but advantage on awareness and intuition because of your heightened senses.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back. Just one second.
Okay. I'm gonna fill my drink then.
Okay. He is going to relay it to Roland. To anyone who might be able to hear this, I'm being moved in a fucking crate. I'm going to stay in here and see where it leads me.
You are going to be in front of the second party that was speaking. This is bad.
Fantastic. Well, okay. Idea. We needed to check this crate out, because we suspected that the tech, whatever was happening from here, right? That could work.
Possibly I shall try and meet them ahead of time before the cargo container can reach there. There might be some explanation, but I can see what I can do. They are all
Please,
very
Throne, yes.
cautious.
Alright. After that, it's just time to wait for Vox to get back.
Oh, he left. Oh, fuck. Okay.
He went to go get a drink.
I see. The stream is ours.
Yes, but
We shall
it has
get him banned on Twitch.television.
it has plenty of gold, which also hi Twitch if you're listening. Hi.
Hi, I can't see you, because that would be spoilers. But hello.
I can feel the steam leaving my ears as I just struggled.
Fucking try. Oh man.
I think the hardest one to do was immediately pin the blame on the new recruit.
Oh, 100%. That was genius.
Oh,
But also, I'm like 95% sure that I was fucking right in the fact that the new one wasn't on the fucking payroll.
oh yeah, no, absolutely, probably. Which is why I tried pushing harder. It's like, hey, if you want to prove your innocence,
Hey, did you want
but-
to like stay here, please? Maybe, I don't know.
yeah, but we sent her off, and just
Oh.
I tried mentioning it like several times, like, hey, no, I said like, hey, if you want to prove your innocence here, now it's just
Yeah, yeah. please stay.
at the very least, Perlman can handle himself in melee combat. But
I have a pistol.
you have a pistol and you're in a cargo container. You are the very definition of trapped.
Yes. I could try and assemble my sniper rifle while I'm in here.
I would almost say
That'd be
it would-
funny.
it would be a really terrible look.
It would be an awful idea, and it would be so hard to explain. But
It
would
really
be
would be.
so funny.
Hi. Alright,
It would be. Hello, welcome back.
so, a quick thing, I'm immediately going to speak for Elam, actually.
Okay.
'Cause he didn't have time to notice this, but he's going to relay over the voice just as Bix is making his choice to stay in the crate. Hey, I can't stop this thing. Someone else is in the system.
Fantastic.
No.
Fix is debating whether to
Oh, I shouldn't be in.
assemble his-
I shouldn't be in here. He says he opens the door and looks down. He's already too high up and on the move.
No, he's debating on whether to fucking assemble his sniper rifle or not.
Perlman.
Okay,
Perlman.
you know what he will do? He'll look out the doors to see if the other crate is being lifted as well.
No. You're the only one right now.
I picked the right one, guys.
Perlman is immediately going to start moving after he inquires where it's going. As he, over the Vox beat, he's going to tell the others to get ready because things are probably going to get hairy very fast if he can't talk his way out.
Elam very bluntly just says loading bay.
Alright, he's going to make his way towards the loading bay.
You can move 2 zones. How are you getting there? You going through the hall inside the sensorium, or are you going out through the yard to reception or whatever?
Can
Quickest
Elon
way is through the sensorium.
Ryan
Yeah.
hide in here?
Yeah.
Or sorry, can Fix try and hide in here?
It will be hard, not very hard. There's enough in there that you could kind of rearrange it to make cover. Hard stealth test with the specialty of hide.
Can I argue that we are in a hive city and therefore I get advantage on stealth tests due to familiar terrain?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also move closer to your mic again.
Fuck you.
Queer, it's my Christian Minecraft server.
So sorry, you said hard?
My mom watches it.
Hi, Vox's mom.
She really
You
likes your
said-
voice filter, Kermit, by the way. She
Yay.
thinks it's really cool. She's super impressed.
You said hard?
Yes.
Hard okay.
Hard with a...
Oh no!
Are you keeping
Oh,
that? Do you have any
I-
fortune?
oh no.
Can I get a corruption?
I don't know if that even works in this system.
Oh, no.
It's not that I
don't
want
know.
to say
I
no,
don't
it's
know
that I
how
genuinely
corruption works.
don't know.
Oh
I
no.
have no idea how.
It's the same
corruption
as
works.
4th edition, I just don't know
It
if you
is.
can take it for that reason.
Oh no. It was.
Corruption.
Let me see.
I hope he can
Gaining
reroll with corruption.
corruption.
That's interesting. I found something kind of neat. Let's see.
It was all going so well.
I
No.
know, I know.
Alright. No, you know what? I'm gonna say no. I just think it's spicy, and I can't find the ruling on it.
Man.
I just think keeping the failure is spicy. Especially because it's a one-shot and corruption won't have a lingering, penalty.
I guess so.
Watch that somehow, as he tries to hide, one of the chemicals gets knocked over, cracks open, it eats a hole to the bottom of the container. All of them start falling out and just breaking along the floor.
The crate is
It's
coming in.
Or he really thinks he's hidden.
So,
Also, just before this scene starts, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, yeah, we can wait right there.
I found fix.
So, all right. There.
I'm going to muster the last of my willpower to bullshit my way through once more. I already had a plan in mind if the crew was going to eat me or something.
Hey, can you make a preemptive intuition test for me?
Sure, what difficulty?
Average.
Very well. Nope.
Let's see. Trying to think of what else I can move around. I am trying to keep the place looking a little lively by constantly shifting little tokens around and having them move at the same turns as you when you need to. A bit of fun. What do you think of the map? I'm really happy. I think it's simple, but it looks like the blueprints. I'm really happy with the style of it.
It is very good.
I was gonna do it in Incarnate originally, but I realized like I could do it really easy in here. It should be fine.
Give Frog allowance, and
Oh god.
he can make you the maps.
So, here. Are you ready, both of you?
Yes,
Mhm.
All right.
ready. It clunked.
You make your way in. You watch also as the camera pivots to look at you. You can hear overhead the servos moving as it reels in the crate with a certain somebody in it. That said, this servitor is standing ready to receive. But as you come in, the first thing you catch is the enforcer looking at the adept. As you hear him say, hushed, but just loud enough that you can hear it, "Don't play games with me." As he then turns to look at you. Oh, adept. Just having a word with these few. Seems there's a late night shipment coming through. I was aware, I just wasn't aware it was still going on.
Yes, turns out that we've actually noticed one of the discrepancies is with this particular shipment. I would like an examination of it before anything else is done with it.
Interesting. He says, looking back at the adept, clearly scrutinizing or intimidating him to some extent. The enforcer gestures that they step aside and be ready to let you through. So, that said, in cometh the shipment. I'll mark it out like so. As it's placed down, and at the last minute you hear something of a groan. The shipment begins to rock gently and tilt as you realize, hey, the doors aren't locked, nor are they closed. They're swinging open as a crate comes tumbling out and hits the ground hard, denting the corner as it's followed by Fix hitting the ground stomach first. As let's see, fall damage. It's not going to be that bad, but
What is the meaning of this?
Well,
you are knocked prone. That's it. No damage. You also still have the fear, by the way. At the moment.
Priest, you told me to go and check on the crates, and I was checking the crates, and then it got moved.
Eager for advancement, I see that you're willing to stay within it even as it moves. What exactly is even in here?
I'm not sure.
So,
If
sorry, go on.
yeah, I was gonna say if nothing stops him, he's gonna continue on ahead as he desperately tries to look at Fix in a way is like just try and play along.
All right. Let's see if you're going to the crate.
Yeah.
All right. Roll, both of you, for Fix, easy awareness, sight-based. Oh, you have your acute sense sight, right?
He sense hearing.
Sorry. Okay. Easy awareness. For Perlman, average awareness. We'll roll over here for our main man.
Blessed be Andy.
Blessed be.
Oh, thank God.
All right. So, you begin to check inside as Fix. You immediately notice, as does Elam calling out over the radio, enough to make your ears hurt as it spikes as he tries to yell to it. Behind you! As you turn just in time to hear the cock of the hammer as the drag from the trench is pointing a silenced pistol at the back of your head. He shoots. It is time to dodge. He's going straight to kill man.
Oh boy. So what do I do for this?
I'm just getting everyone in initiative.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! Send in the boys! Send in the boys! Send in the boys! We
That will
need
take an
boys!
act. That you can do that as an action when it comes to your turn. All right. Action time. First up, the Voidsman. He is going to use his, you know what, he'll wait, as the Enforcer is going to go in. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about movement while you're inside the same zone, by the way. That's all narrative. The Enforcer goes past and is just going to, you hear the crackle of him turning on his, stock maul as he's ready to club down, Fix.
Fantastic.
Fix! You can either use reflexes to dodge, or you can use melee to parry. However, if you're not armed, which you didn't have a weapon out, you have disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm dodging.
Alright, go for it.
Just make sure I don't have any. Yeah. Come on.
Where is it? Right. You are struck. 7 damage.
Fantastic. Ow. Mitigated?
Mitigated by armor, not toughness bonus. Toughness bonus does not mitigate damage in this system.
Ooh.
That's weird. Okay. Alright, 6. Wonderful.
In addition, with the crackle of it, you are inflicted with stunned. I need to take off the prone.
Combat's a lot more lethal in this.
Very. Everything has an average of +1 damage compared to 4th edition. It's all slightly more lethal. Let's see. Roll a d5, Andy. Alright, for the next 4 rounds... Yeah, for the next 4 rounds, you can take a move or action, but not both. That is what stun does. Which, speaking of, it's your turn.
I have an idea. Are the canisters out?
Like the chemicals?
Yeah.
Yes, there's still the one you opened.
Can I see it?
You could kick it open, it's next to you. It's not open right now, but you could basically, if you go up from prone, you could kick it open and basically just, yeah, you get the idea.
Alright. Yep. He will get up from prone, kick it open, get out his las pistol, and point it in.
Gonna shoot?
No, but he will look to, the enforcer and say, if you don't get everyone to back off right now, I'll blow us all.
So, as you're starting to stand and huddle the crate, pistol ready to it as you pop it open, he's already reeling back for his second swing. When he pauses, roll presence, intimidation. Make it.
I am.
Make it
Energy.
Make it easy, but you have disadvantage because of the fear. You blatantly look too scared to go through with it.
Oh, fuck.
No.
That was a 9. That was a 9! Oh my god!
Ooh.
It is a shame that corruption, as far as we know, cannot be used for
I
rerolls.
assume it can. I'm just gonna say no for this, even if it can, just because of sake of the, there's no lasting consequence to that. Roman,
Sure,
it's
there's
your
no
turn.
consequences.
As-
I'm going to shoot the crate.
By the way, there is no advantage to this either. There is the system called superiority. Did we go over this?
No.
Yes.
Basically, superiority is your group advantage, where every point of it, you can add it to one roll per round, and you gain that many bonus success levels. Right now, you have 0 superiority. You had no time before the battle to gain any. The only way to gain it during is you'll gain 1 point for taking out an elite or a leader, and you'll gain a point for taking out more troops than the resolve of the group. Simply put, the more you're on a killing frenzy, the more it'll go up in battle. Gain momentum through doing that, or, and changing the battlefield to your favor and whatnot. Still, Proman, it's your turn. The drag right here is about to shoot you in the face.
Do I have... is there like a roll to get over the fear?
At the end of the round. Same as 4th edition.
Fucking smash him with hammer. Break
What?
hit. So do I roll off of the combat chart or do I roll off of something else?
I don't mind either way.
All right. There is. I do get 1 extra damage if I manage to land the hit. Is there anything I should know about, or is it just gonna be flat challenging?
Sorry, challenging, yeah.
Okay.
Alright. What's the damage on the hammer?
Oh shit, I should have had advantage on lockpicking instead of burglar.
The damage is 2 plus my strength bonus, and I gain 1 additional damage due to my augmented arm.
So the damage is what?
It is 7.
7, so then modify with 7. By the way, wounds count up in this one. We thought they did originally in 4th edition.
I always count up.
Well, there you go. We're taking wounds now instead of losing them. You get the point. Either way, You manage to thwack him good and hard right in the arm, throwing off his aim before he can even shoot. He grits his teeth and grunts out. It's not enough to take him down, but it's a serious wound that'll bruise and make using that arm hard going forward.
Whew.
The adept is going to be squeezing his way behind all of this towards the vehicles being loaded. He looks to be readying the vehicle to depart as soon as possible.
Oh no. Quick, stop the walking typewriter.
Alright. Roman.
You know, could you... sorry, go on.
No, you first.
I was gonna say, could you argue, considering that these are the bog standard adepts that usually just have a ungodly amount of things attached to them for keeping logs and everything, could you argue that him trying to fit into a vehicle to start it is going to cause some complications with his gear getting stuck?
Maybe.
Okay.
So, he's still going to try and fire the revolver at you best he can. So, you get one reaction per round. Reactions can be used for opportunity attacks or to dodge shots. So in other words, if you take this reaction, you won't be able to opportunity attack him if he tries to leave engagement, but you'll be able to dodge the shot. Or you could not dodge the shot, and if he tries to back away to get distance from your hammer, then you would get the opportunity attack him. By the way, he's about to shoot you first and foremost.
You know what? He'll keep his action.
Yep. Alright. Well, lucky for you, hitting his arm with the hammer causes the bullet to go awry and hit the container. It pings off of it, not through, fortunately. As he is then going to try and back away, giving you the opportunity attack.
I am going to smack the ever-loving Christ out of him.
Alright. It's an opportunity attack, so he doesn't contest it. Just hit him.
Wonderful. So just for standard damage?
Yep. Just roll the attack.
Okay. Huh. Oh. So if that takes away from the damage, then...
No, it doesn't hit him. You miss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't. I want to see if there's a difficulty modifier for them in this, because they were average in 4th edition. Let's see. Disengaging. If you try to move away from a creature you're engaged with, they can make an immediate attack as a reaction if they have a weapon ready. Okay, so no, they do get to contest it. It's not a free hit.
Weird, but
Oh.
okay.
They can try and just back away like this. The action is to make it so you don't get to try and hit them.
I
Alright.
actually rolled worse.
He's successfully able to... Or no, he flips to... No, it doesn't matter. He's successfully able to weave his way out, swinging a punch that makes you have to back off just enough for him to duck and step back. This guy's also going past. Elam's turn. Doesn't really matter, he's not here. Can't let the guy go. Servitor.
Nobody can call for backup.
Yeah, he's going to do that. Backup is en route.
Head-on collision.
Alright, starting next round, they'll be trying to make their way in.
Oh wait, is it the end of the round?
Not yet. Servitors still get to act. So, you see the adept over here. Well, no, you don't. I guess your back's turned by this point. You saw him go for the truck, but he's doing something. Either way, Servitor. It is going to just try and down smash the fix over here.
Oh.
Oh,
Alright,
you're gonna get the clamps.
you may dodge or parry.
I already used my reaction.
It's not a reaction to do it against melee. The 4th edition, it's
okay.
always free.
Okay, cool. I will dodge. Have it. Nope.
Alright. You do have disadvantage because of the fear still. That's a 96. Or no, sorry, 60.
What?
It rolled a 69
same.
and I flipped it to 96. Yours is 62. Sorry, I looked at the wrong one. Point being, it misses. As the servitor raises its hefty, bulky arms to smash into you and very lazily misses, as it's not even a combat servitor. It's slow and clumsy. You can easily sidestep it. However, the other one... starting to gather around.
To be
This
fair,
is starting
I am
to be-
inside the... Oh wait, no. It was knocked outside, right?
Yep.
You can move anywhere within the zone unless you're engaged, I should clarify. Then you have to move with it. But point being, he is going to try it as well.
Ah.
Servitor smash.
Alright. That is 9 damage, ignoring your armor.
Oh.
Or spend fate.
Yeah, they don't hit very easy, but they hit like a truck. You may spend a fate point if you so wish. The same as usual. You can also... Okay, you remember Resolve and Resilience from 4th edition, obviously?
Yeah.
All of those functions are now a part of Fate and Fortune, meaning you can Fate to get a nat 1 or something on the reflexes instead, etc.
Oh, okay.
That kind of stuff. Not that it matters when it's reflexes, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm just gonna spend 1 to survive the hit.
Alright.
No damage.
You manage to realize that you backed up into it, and instinctively swing to guard yourself with one of the only things you have to hand. The crate. It slams its fist into it, and though you see some chemicals leaking out from the crushing blow, nothing explodes and you're fine. Woo! Okay. You may now roll your cool test to get out of the frightened.
Just challenging.
Yep.
Nope.
Alright. The Voidsman is just going to shoot with his las pistol.
Uh-oh.
He's holding the door basically shut, having locked it for his last turn. He is now going to just try and shoot you.
Oh no.
Alright. Again, you have 1 reaction around. Your choice if you want to dodge it or not. Tell me before I give you the, Actually, no. Yeah, you have to tell me before. Sorry, that's important.
I'm a strong boy. I'll eat it.
Down, down, down. Are you gonna try and rush down the drag?
Yeah.
As you're trying to rush him down, the las fire shoots behind you as he misses, trying to back up himself as you get too close.
Oh boy. Up against
So-
the wall.
The gangers are coming in as you hear Elam call out, opening the doors. As he opens the main door for them to get in even quicker.
Nice.
Yay.
That's their entire action, but they're here now. As you see the others realizing, oh shit, we're in over our heads. As this one is going immediately towards the adept while the others are coming in to help. It's the Enforcer's turn. He is going to try and stop Trollman from getting away by swinging for him with the shock maul.
Reflexes.
It's a crit!
Oh no.
Alright, let me get those tables up.
It's a good thing I have fate.
It's true! Alright, hit location.
It rolls in that 100. I immediately die.
He's getting your right arm. Ooh, it did roll really high. This is not great. Alright.
Wait, can he not reflexes out of it?
Well, no, it's a crit. You can try and you can still reflexes out of the hit, but the crits are the same as 4th edition.
Right.
Alright, the crit. Mangled hand. The blow devastates your hand, breaking bones and potentially severing fingers. You are bleeding, major category. It's instead of numbers of bleed, it's minor versus major. So major bleed, and you drop whatever you're holding in your right hand. The hand is crushed. You have broken bone major to the hand. You lose 1d10 minus 5 fingers. There you go.
Yeah, that is right. That is an immediate expenditure of fate.
All right. Now roll the reflexes.
Very well.
Because otherwise you're gonna need another augmetic.
Yeah.
Is that your augmetic arm?
That is my augmetic arm.
Okay, in that case, it does not do that. Any crit to an augmetic arm immediately just disables it. Like, it just needs to be repaired. Crits are binary. Crits are binary on augmetics. If it gets crit, it's. Thing. I know. I'm just telling you. I'm just informing you. If you crit an augmetic location, basically it is disabled. You need to buy a new one. Simply put. I think that's what it was. That or it's only if you roll into things like losing fingers. I really can't remember. But anyways, either way, I would do it anyway.
Yeah, because like if it was just him, just this one dude, I'd say it'd probably take some time, but he could probably manage something. But in this situation,
enforcers are tough. This is not. Yeah. They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Nope. I am struck.
So that is going to be. What's the damage on this thing? 11 damage, reduced by your armor, and the stun.
Oh,
holy shit.
God.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm still fine. Well, I could probably take like one more good hit.
Right.
So,
remember, reduced by armor, not toughness. I don't know what you're wearing.
Yeah.
Do you not just fate to avoid the hit?
Oh, right, yeah, you avoid the whole hit, because the crit came with that.
Yeah.
Well, still, if you didn't do that, or you get the point. It's out of the one whole hit, as he narrowly misses, his shock maul scraping along your augmetic arm as sparks fly. Fix has to hide the crate before the sparks catch any of the chemicals, just in case they're flammable. So, Fix.
Yeah, just trying to
adjust
my fate, but it won't let me.
Remember, you can move or act. Your choice.
Yeah, it keeps going back to 3 for me.
I know this is still a beta Foundry thing.
Okay.
Alright, so I'll just keep that in mind. I just have 2 left.
Yeah. I'm gonna take screenshots of all your sheets just in case it somehow deletes them.
Yeah, I was thinking like.
It's already happened to someone's.
Oh.
It didn't delete it, but it bugged out the file so the Foundry couldn't read it and open it, and I had to go into the actual file and like find all the stuff with Control F.
Fantastic.
Anyway, yeah, that's what the F was for. So anyway, your turn. You get an action or a move. Your choice which. You can't. It's not relevant now, but you can take an action to full dodge, which lets you have unlimited dodge reactions against ranged fire.
No one's shooting at me.
I know, I'm just letting you know. You could take that action to do, like, move from zone to zone with your move while ducking and weaving. That's just a thing, like an option, so you're aware of if these guys start becoming a nuisance.
Let's see here. What's the other enforcer doing?
What other enforcer?
The enforcer that was over here with the ship guys.
Right. Oh yeah. Elam can tell you. Right.
Yeah.
He's trying to
As far
kill
as-
me.
As far as Elam knows, he's heard the gunfire and looks like he's going to be heading back. He is presently in reception, having seen the Voidsman out.
Gotcha. Well, let me just do a very hard discipline test just to see. Ha.
Wait, let me take a look over here. Oh,
Ha.
it is a shame you don't have fortune.
That. Ha. Yeah, but then I would be making the conscious decision to shoot the chemicals.
I know.
That's true. I probably would have done it anyways. Oh, I know. Fucking spend the fate to roll a 1, and then spend a fate to survive the encounter. He'll you know what? He'll try again. And like literally just like levels his pistol and is going to shoot just outside of the chemicals.
Roll.
I ain't joking here.
Is he bluffing? Important question.
Because that roll was so low, I'm gonna say no.
Make a average intimidate, which is presence, with the disadvantage.
I am holding up my arms as hard as I can.
Oh my god, no!
Oh no.
Let's hope that his discipline was lower.
He flares the shock maul again, clearly noting your threat, but instead of just disregarding or obeying it, he says, "This is your last chance. Drop it, and you get to live."
Same can be said for you.
Roman, your turn.
Can you remove this shock thing from me, please?
Yes, sir, can.
Thank you. Alright. You, Dredgeman, I am compelled to kill you next.
Alright, you.
Go for it.
Alright,
for
is there anything with charges, or...?
Charging is only between zones. Movement within the zone is only regarded as, like, flavor.
Okay. Very interesting. Alright.
And when you when you charge, it's advantage on the attack, disadvantage on defending yourself for the rest of the round.
So, melee with advantage, or...?
No, there's no charge here. Just regular melee.
Alright. How many of those, what are they called again? The not advantages do we have?
You have none.
Oh, okay. So we lose it if any of us flub up a roll?
No, you don't. You never gained any.
Oh, even when I hit the dude?
No, it's not gained for that. It's only gained for kills in combat.
Oh.
You can. The only way to get it other than kills is preparation before combat, like ambushes, having good terrain, knowing your enemies, and like analyzing things.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you
Okay.
always go in with 0, and you'll have to take one of these guys down to get any.
Okay, all right.
Which, it's not really a spoiler, it's pretty obvious the Enforcer is worth more than the others. With the others, you'd have to take down multiple to gain any superiority. With the Enforcer, you take him down at all and you'll gain one.
Okay. Omnissiah, protect your servant.
Alright, what's the damage on your hammer? 7, right?
Yep, 7.
10, and then... Alright. Are you trying to kill, or are you trying to, like, disable? What are you going in for? mainly?
Currently trying to disable.
Alright. You may narrate how you do so. I'm still marking him as, I'm still gonna mark him as dead, but...
Okay. Currently, after having smashed his arm in, and rendering that firearm a little bit harder to use, currently with the aspiring biologists having studied human anatomy to a certain degree, not enough to warrant the talent that actually get benefits in that.
Fucking bone breaker.
He is going to do a very light version of that, as with his Cult of Mechanicus hammer gripped tightly in hand, he is essentially going to strike him so hard in the solar plexus that he is going to feel like as if though if he moves wrong, his ribs are going to stab into his lungs. Or at the very least, just knock the ever-loving Christ out of his lungs.
You do exactly that, sending him back into the wall, as for all intents and purposes he's completely out of the fight, falling semi-conscious against the wall.
Hooray!
Which... So, this is causing a certain row of panic, but the Enforcer is clearly stabilizing them, yelling out just as he hears the adept begin to rev the engine. Stay. As he continues to stare down Fix. However, then one of the gangers is going for it, so he has his whole own problem to go with. Oh.
He crits the Enforcer. He takes off his head.
Well, not quite.
Oh, well, it sounds like he got a crit.
He did.
Probably in the other direction.
He did, with his 25 melee.
Hmm.
That's weird, but interesting.
Watch, we have to name this goon now.
Maybe. If he survives.
I call him. I dub thee Goku.
Oh no! He rolled the best thing. I'm just gonna narrate this even though you're not watching. The ganger here goes up to pull him out of the driver's seat, and he in a panic swings his leg. And because the ganger's not expecting resistance, he's not ready for the fact it goes straight into his groin.
Oh.
He hits the ground, clutching at his groin, wheezing out in pain as the adept looks down, almost like he regrets doing that, and it was far too inhumane. But that isn't going to stop him from turning around and trying to ready the truck. As he yells out, "Hurry!" his voice scraping against his throat as he screams. Greg can be removed from the initiative. Alright. Servitors. They are going to continue to try and smash at you.
Yeah.
Go for it. Dodge or parry, etc.
Yes.
Parry with the flip to fail. If you still don't have a melee weapon out.
No, he still has his fucking
Pistol and box, yeah. Alright, go for it. Roll another, you evade the first.
Alright. Ha!
No.
That is 11 damage.
Oh,
Wow,
no.
that's my max health.
Holy crap. Are you going to fade out of this one or take the crit?
Well, considering that would put me at 17 over 11. What is that? That's
It'd be a 1d10 plus 6.
plus 6, right?
Yeah. And he hits you. He hits you in the head.
Oh, buddy.
The head needs to be 15 or more to be an instant kill.
Oh, no.
On a
D10 plus 6 right now.
plus 6.
So there's a 20% chance
that-
it kills you.
Is pretty good odds.
You want to see the result first? I'll let you see the result first, obviously.
You will?
Yeah, I feel it.
That's
I'll
crazy.
be fair about it. Not fair even. I'll just be nice about it.
Yeah,
Here.
nice. That's not fair at all.
All right. Major ear wound. The blow strikes you in the ear or otherwise damages your eardrums. You are deafened. If you suffer this again, your hearing is permanently gone.
Oh, no.
But right now, you would just be deafened.
Which does what?
Let me see. The conditions are all fairly different in this one. You can't hear, and you can only succeed on tests that rely on hearing by rolling a 1 to 5. So you have to get the honor
Meh.
success.
There goes my talent.
You know what? I'll say that makes it 1 to 10 instead of 1 to 5, but otherwise... there you go.
Yeah.
Yikes.
You taking it?
So it doesn't, like, knock me out or take me out of the fight, right?
I don't know anymore. I feel like I remember reading
I-
it didn't, which was very interesting. Oh, right. When you're at your max wounds, you basically are permanently stunned, as in you can only move or take an action.
Right.
And at the end of every turn, you make a challenging fortitude test or fall unconscious.
I see. Okay.
You'd be able to try make fortitude tests to stay standing.
That is not great odds. Yeah, I'll fade out of it.
Very well. Then the servitors continue to swing as you are basically backing your way up, forced to move with the fight as they continue to press the advantage of being machines and not caring. It makes you continue to back away as you know you can't stand your ground against them and they won't pull their blows. But you barely manage to get out of the way again, weaving the box so they don't smash it further and make this even more hazardous, but you're leaving a trail of chemicals behind you. New round. The Voidsman first. He's going to try once again.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, fuck
Fine.
you.
Okay.
Discipline to get rid of.
Yes.
Yeah!
Hooray!
The frightened
Finally!
is gone. You steel yourself as you realize just how dire things are getting. Speaking of, for Perlman, the Voidsman is going to try and open fire on you with his last pistol again. Are you using your reaction to dodge, or are you just going to keep it?
And with melee, I can just dodge. Yes.
Yeah, melee you don't need a
Okay.
reaction for.
You know what? Sure. I'll try and dodge this one.
Go for it.
All right.
What's your reflexes? That's a tie.
My reflexes is 41.
Ranged is 40. You walk towards him, I presume. As he open fires last pistol shots, the whip cracks sounding as he barely misses, and in the case where he almost hits you, he ends up shooting into your metal arm. And the bullets, or the lasers just barely ping off of it. It's the perfect angle for what seems almost like a miracle as you are so close to being hit, and by the time he looks like he's about to line up a deadly shot, you're already in his face.
Whew. It is a good thing that time. Just my brain told me, do it. Dodge.
Interesting.
Don't tell me it's gonna be like the Men-at-Arms with my siblings game, where just they try and help, but they keep rolling fumbles.
I don't think that he rolled a fumble. I'm pretty sure the other guy rolled a crit on the.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
I mean, like, just like the scenario of like they're trying to help, but the other people are just rolling better.
Yeah.
So, they basically disappear from your peripheral for a moment, Fix. Hill, you hear a simple call from behind you in the voice of a trencher. Get out! He's talking to you.
Oh.
You can fall prone as a reaction if you want to abide by what he's saying, but it is going to take you prone.
Trust the boys. I believe in them.
It's is it advantage to hit a prone target with melee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, if you bleed out, I can patch you back up. I do have Trojan tools.
Are you going to do it?
No.
He yells it again, but if you're not going to, then he just ends up yelling, fuck. As he realizes he can't do anything from his position now. Instead, the other one's going to be the only one who can take an action.
I mean, can't you move, like, back there?
You don't know what
One
he's
step
doing.
up?
You don't know what he's
Okay.
doing. But either
Okay,
way,
yeah,
you're
fair
taking
enough,
up all
fair
this space. So. Alright. This one comes in and rounds the corner as he yells out, going loud. That's not a catchphrase or anything witty. He's giving you a warning. The mission is loud now. At which point he open fires the auto gun he has.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Bullets ping off of some of the metal until one hits the cranium, splattering old and rotten gore across you and the Enforcer as it hits the ground heavily. This one has to back away as you won't give him the opening, but he maintains the gun, holding it out and pointing towards the Enforcer. The Enforcer looks at you for a moment, and then decides he's not even going to bother, and he's just going to walk away. You can opportunity attack him if you want, but he's not even going to... He doesn't even think you're going to bother, because that'd piss him off.
Cut his shins. Make him regret ignoring you.
Are you going to bother?
As he does, I'm guessing he's like stalking towards the ganger.
He's not stalking, he's just going to immediately lunge for him to stop him before he can shoot.
Yeah. As he is moving, Fix is just going to say, and I gave you a choice. And he's going to just point his last pistol towards the chemicals. And if he doesn't stop, he will shoot.
Alright, you're shooting the chemicals?
Uh-oh.
If this presence test doesn't go well, then yes.
He's already ignoring you. The circumstances
Oh,
have
he
not
is?
changed enough to roll again.
Okay, fair enough. Then yeah,
You're just gonna shoot him?
just gonna shoot him.
Alright. Fix. You make the choice. There's nothing else to call it but the choice. As you level your last pistol at the chemicals, close your eyes. Fire. The next thing you see is a blinding light and the smell of your own hair burning. As not only does the one in your hand explode, but it catches fire to the rest, and the promethium in the room.
Oh no.
You are immediately floored by the devastating amount of light and noise, and come to either unconscious or dazed a moment later as you come sputtering to life again, presumably if you have any fate to burn, because you all immediately, and I mean all of you, everyone in the zone, immediately takes 15 damage.
$15 damage.
You have fate. I know you do.
I wasn't planning on spending it, but I guess now I am. I have one left.
Well, I have none left, so...
If I had one more wound, I would have still been standing.
Alright, so you're both burning fate then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. Well, there's not exactly getting out of that with any ease. So, the both of you
He's not dead.
The both of you come back prone. What are they? Prone, blinded, deafened.
Oh no.
As you are on the ground, barely having avoided the fire, as your ears ring and your eyes are in horrible pain. The explosions have thrown you all around the room. As you are just barely able to get your bearings enough to hear the enforcer coughing and see him trying to stand up against the wall. Otherwise, you can see death and destruction. Fix, you were nearly crushed by the severed servitor's arm. You can see that all of the gangers who came to support you are nothing more than mulched. One of them is still screaming on fire, the same guy who got kicked earlier, and the truck that they were trying to leave in has exploded, the fuel having caught fire. You can see the charred corpse of the two inside just laying there.
I guess we're still in combat, huh?
You hear very faintly over your radios, "Guys, what the fuck just happened?" from Elam.
Oh no.
You can faintly hear alarms, too.
Oh no.
He's just gonna, like, try and feel for the Vox bead in his ear. And just say to Elam, get the fuck out. As he is also going to try and hail the getaway vehicle.
There is no getaway vehicle, you just called in all your guys.
Oh. I thought there was a
I
separate
said
guy
one
that
of
was
them would be
driving
driving it.
the truck. Oh, one of those. I thought we had like. Oh, okay.
The vehicle is nearby, you know where it is, but you gotta drive it. Roll a
Hey,
D10.
Elam can drive that.
Roll a D10.
Hey, me. Yeah. I don't. Okay, so yeah, we are still in combat.
I have a question.
Yep.
Are the walls still holding? Or are we about to experience one hell of a breach from the
No,
explosions?
the walls are still holding.
Okay. Alright.
You can hear some groaning that doesn't sound comforting, but the walls are still holding.
How much superiority did that give me?
None, because you all went down as well.
be really funny. It's like, here's 10.
No. It would give you, even if I went rules as written, it would give you 1.
Actually?
Yeah.
I think that's ass.
None of those guys were important.
Amount of kills.
No, it's killing more generic, like, troop level dudes than their resolve, which you did do, because you killed all of them. That said, he's crawling away. Fix, what are you doing other than radioing that in? Perlman, what are you doing even?
Trying to get up to my feet.
Alright. Could you both roll a d10?
Yes.
And I still already asked for a d10 also. Separate one. Perlman, your 2 conditions go away after 3 rounds. Fix, yours are gone after a round.
Let's go. Consequences for my actions?
Alright.
Crazy.
So, I clap. What are you guys trying to do?
Well, okay, whose turn is it?
It's Fix, it's yours.
Okay. I shoot the enforcer.
Alright. Go ahead and try.
Fuck him. I don't know.
You have advantage.
I have advantage?
Yeah, because he's prone, technically.
Let's go.
Because you're blinded, you can only succeed on a 1 to 5.
Oh, whoa! That's rough.
Oh.
Bitch!
It succeeds on a marginal success. What's your, Let's see. It barely seems to phase him, pinging off of his armor, but enough to make him wince and try to get to his feet as he realizes you're still fighting. Though he can't quite see you through all the smoke as he scans the area looking for you, before eventually realizing where the flash came from. Roman, you hear the crack of a las gun, which makes you realize you might not be dead yet.
He regrets having come here.
Hit him!
I am still prone, blinded, and deafened. I don't know where everything is. I am going to be stuck like this for 3 more rounds.
Crawl towards him, hit his kneecaps.
Crawl to where? I'm blind.
Crawl to him. I can see him through blindness.
You have acute sense sight.
I have acute sense hearing.
Oh, I got them backwards. Well,
Oh, wait, I have acute sense sight.
you do? Why does everybody have an acute sense? Wait, no, you don't.
Wait, my augmented eye. Oh,
No,
right.
it just gives you +1 success level.
No. All right. Well, yeah. No, okay. As it stands, I still can't do anything. Yeah.
All
Hold
right.
on. I would like to make a roll, if at all possible.
All right.
I crawled this direction. It was 1, 2,
Alright.
3, 4, 5.
Go for it.
How far can I crawl?
It doesn't matter. It's mostly narrative. Crawl where you please, as long as you're still in the zone. Don't crawl to the other side, though, because that's stupid. But you
Yeah,
get my point.
That's a body. Bonk.
Yeah, you feel a body. It's mulched and burning, and the chemicals sting, but fortunately you have a metal arm, so it doesn't matter too much. And then eventually you hit the side of the crate, which has been blasted open, and you nearly cut yourself on the shredded metal. I'm gonna take Elam out of the initiative. I know what he's doing, but you guys don't get to. Alright. Fix, your stuff is done. The Enforcer manages to get the door open, is basically just gonna stumble his way out and try to shut it behind him, leaning up against it.
Alright.
Fix, it's your turn.
Yeah, he's gonna get up. He gets up.
Alright. That's your move. You're up.
Okay.
You're up. You breathe deep the smoke, and it is horrible. But you're up.
He puts in his filtration plugs.
Alright. Now what?
Hobble out.
You can hear some faint static coming over the vents. It sounds like it's Elam. Whatever it is, you can't quite make him out right now.
I don't have deafened anymore.
I know. It's just flavor. It's as you get out and manage to cough out the last of the smoke, as you're trying to hobble your way away, that you hear Elam come through. I'm serious, can you fucking hear me?
What? Huh?
You got less than a minute until enforcers are kicking in the doors. The Arbites are coming.
Yep, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Alright. Rollman.
Hi.
Get up and then just use your action to move.
I am stuck like this for another 2 rounds.
You can get up, but you can't see. You're deafened and blinded.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression...
you can get up.
Okay, alright, then I do that.
And you can use your action to catch up with him if you can pass a awareness test, which, roll a... You can use hearing, actually. You can listen to him. He's, like, coughing and whatnot, sputtering his way out. So you can make a challenging awareness test to try and follow him.
Please, Messiah, you've carried me this far. Help
Give
me
him this
one more
one.
time.
Give him this.
Please.
I believe.
No.
My belief is negligible.
Spend your last feint for 1.
You have no idea what's going on around you still. You're
Spend
up.
your last feint for a roll of 1. Do it.
No.
Do it.
Alright. Fix. You may leave the scene by going out that way.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
You are out of the scene. You are able to make your way to the getaway vehicle. Coleman,
God.
it's your turn.
Can I just make a futile awareness test to see if I can notice a pipe or anything?
A pipe like to crawl into?
Yeah,
You
because
can make-
at
It's site-based. You'd have to get the 1 to 5. Try it.
yeah, that's what I thought. All right,
I believe in you.
listen, you. This last fate's gonna be to murder you.
No.
No.
It's a good roll, but no. You don't hear anything other than the vague commotion coming from the other side of the wall. What you can hear is slamming on this door and yelling, just barely over the roaring fire. But you can't see anything. Your eyes are filled with soot, and they were flashbanged a while ago by a chemical fire.
You know what?
Alright.
You know what? I'll take the risk. Can
Yeah.
I move there?
Sure. What are you gonna do?
Open the door.
The door is locked.
If-
You can try to unlock it, but it has a guy leaning against it, and it'll be contested strength if you want to brute force it. Otherwise, you can tell that the guy is standing on the other side. He's not. Oops. Trying to get rid of his pro.
Poisoned.
All the alcohol he drank to deal with this. Alright,
You know what? Absolutely, I will contest strength.
go for it.
Please. Please.
Are you going to say anything, also? Or are you just going to try and contest strength? Right. As I was locked in as a character, I haven't even noticed this whole time. Alright.
To be fair, neither have we.
In the name of the Omnissiah, open this door!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You get the door open.
Oh,
Because he let you. As you tumble forward and fall onto your face, 2 enforcers pointing their guns down at you. Don't move. Your blinded and deafened are gone now, though.
Yep.
Yikes!
Alright. Oh. Yeah, he ain't gonna move. He's and this current situation, nope.
All right. Are you going to go peaceably?
He has no choice.
Then you're restrained. Obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
As they're going to take you outside, as you can see the lay of the land. No sign of fix. You can see the bodies burning in the distance, and eventually you see the armored car of the enforcers roll in, headed by an Arbites on the bike.
Bike.
We fade to black there.
These heists, they never go right. They go. Oh my god, we had
Heist
it.
was going fine, and you shot explosives. The heist, nothing happened.
Because they wouldn't stop attacking us.
But
Yeah.
I warned him.
But he wasn't even going for you anymore at that point.
Yeah.
He was going for my buddy.
So,
I
in terms of surrounding context and follow-up, fix, whatever. Fix. You get back with the obvious consequences of the route of failure, specifically being complete and utter disownment from the entirety of Longfellow's enterprise and the Underhive itself. You are an exile and outcast, as Elam was also able to get out and relay to them just what happened and what he saw over the cameras. There are so many dead because of your actions, and there isn't a single person you can find that doesn't want you to pay for this. They're going to throw you to the enforcers. Meanwhile, for our adept,
Hi, it's me. I'm ready for my mugshot.
it's a mugshot, but it's of the disguise. They're like, we don't know who this is.
Hey, wait, these are Pepsi cans glued to his face. Hold on. Let's just peel them off. Oh my god, it's also a metal man under all the metal.
So, for your exploits, on the bar music again, you are dragged away by the enforcers and surprisingly not executed on sight by the arbitrator due to the fact you've surrendered and he wants information. You are interrogated, painfully. Are you going to spill anything to the arbitrator?
At this rate, he feels as though all hope is lost. What was his best chance to get something that would have saved who knows how many has effectively been shot and put down the drain. But out of a sense of maybe some sort of spite towards the administratum, he will just tell what he's found throughout the entirety of the facility, of the explosives and of everything else.
So is he going to rat out Longfellow, the party, any of that, or just the illegal shipments that you actually found?
Just the illegal shipments under the whole thing of
My
that.
man.
Is he going to talk about why he was here at his role? Is he going to stick to the cover story of Adept, or
Yeah,
what's he going to say?
he's going to stick to the cover story.
All right.
As much hope as he's lost, he may as well try.
You're interrogated, tortured, so on and so forth, by the arbitrators, until eventually you get a visitor that isn't here to beat you. An enforcer comes in and removes his helmet quickly, giving you a personable look at his old and grizzled face, heavily scarred, augmetic eye. as he basically just says, cold and simple, you're free to go.
Yay!
So, he explains to you on your way out that your testimony has been useful, and a certain friend was able to help verify, quote-unquote, your identity, even though records are proving spotty. In other words, you technically, along with Elam, were able to get the job done. You didn't get anything good, you didn't necessarily do it the best way, but the chemicals are gone, and the trail is off of Longfellow and all of them. And neither of you two were responsible for the disaster. That, as they have the security footage that Elam was downloading and everything, you have full knowledge of what went down, because he had the camera trained on everything. So, the two of you, while caught up in a disaster, are to an extent exonerated.
Oh, thank God.
And for that,
Thank you, Omnissiah.
For that, and in recompense for your troubles, and the fact that it was basically someone like a son to him who caused it by breaking all of his known rules, he's just going to give you the thing now. He's not going to strong-arm you, he's not going to do it. He's giving you the thing. Period.
Yay! He's saved an entire agri world.
There is no sign of fix when you get back. And for all intents and purposes, we will end there.
Hooray! Oh, God.
I didn't think that the major hazard of the chemicals and everything would actually come up, but I'm so glad to see that it did. I was originally thinking when I read the rules, like 15 damage doesn't seem like a lot, but then I realized, like, the more I've read, oh yeah, you don't get to reduce it by your toughness bonus, and there's no hardy. So you just eat 15 damage from when most people have like 14 health at most. The Enforcer, in his heavy armor, which does reduce it, still barely crawled out of there. That guy was dying. He was in so much pain. But, holy shit, that was something else. The good, the bad, and the ugly, that was great. I really enjoyed that.
It went so
That was a good
well.
session.
It was, yeah, it was 95% of it was going perfectly, which is funny, because I was looking up stuff on, like, how to write a heist for this, right? Because I've never done this kind of genre before. And there was, basically tips. There's three things you need to have, which are, 1, the goal, 2, the place they're getting into, and 3, the, what was the other one? I'm losing it. Oh, they called it the dragon in the thing I was watching, which is basically the threat, the unconquerable threat, as in, there's no reason to make it a stealth heist if they can just get away with the consequences of going loud. So, hence, in this case, obviously, it's the arbitrator. But the 4th thing is have the kink, where something goes wrong that they can't pre-plan for, and they have to improvise around it. And that was the fact that the deal for the chemicals was going on right now. And the crate being lifted away. Yeah. The crate being lifted away. So, I like that everything went perfect, and then the second the kink comes in, the entire thing falls apart.
Oh, God.
Also, Brooks, can I?
Yes, make it, challenging.
I think, hold on. I do, okay. Woo!
You slip away. Fix, though intending to be handed over to the enforcers, fixed. You escape. You slip away until someone catches you. You have a brief encounter with Longfellow as he alone catches up to you, And you get nothing more than a look in his eyes as he realizes he can't do it, and he lets you go. At which point you're free to roam as you like, but your name is Mud. I don't have an influence to give you right now, but it'll tank your influence a hell of a lot with the infractionist, and so on. That said, if we ever do continue this, just to leave it on a cliffhanger of that, there is someone else who approaches you with an offer, and when you presumably retort of something like, oh, yeah, if someone wants to give me work after that, the answer is very simply, I like your style.
Oh no, it's chaos.
Oh boy.
I'm sending you the answer, just in case it does come up later.
I'm personally just gonna
that's
think
good.
it's either chaos or an inquisitor was just passing by eating an ice cream
The
cone.
fucking Inquisitor! Oh my god.
Just saw this and saw the potential in a new acolyte and went, You know what? I like a risk taker. I like someone who's willing to blow up the entirety of a place just to win a fight.
Well,
Oh man.
I'm going to quickly, now that we're at the end, reveal every token and all the cameras, just so you're aware again of where everything is, just so you can get a zoomed out look at the whole of it. If you okay, I had 3 actual things planned for stages of alert, right? Like I had, there's like one guy has spotted you and not called up backup. There is you guys are busted, the enforcers are coming, and there's you guys are busted, the arbitrator is coming. I had 3 stages of alert with different music for all of them. Fun fact.
I love that we immediately went to stage 3.
No, you immediately
Okay,
you went to stage 2 immediately, and then after
Hold on.
like 2 rounds went to 3.
I will say this: there is no we got to stage 3.
Okay.
You took us to stage
No, okay.
3.
To be there is a we got to
I
stage.
pressed the elevator button.
There is a we got to stage 2. Together, you
Yes,
all hit
yes.
2.
Yes,
3
that is
on the
true.
other
That
hand.
is true. Yeah, 3 was that was all me, baby. I'm taking credit for that. I'm proud of that one.
Well, all right then. In spite of in spite of the flustercluck that came out of this, I thought that was pretty fun.
That was a great time.
I hope Belts watches back at this and just sits there with his head in his hands. I want you to know that basically in my mind I was thinking like, what would Belts do to like wipe out your presence here and wipe the cams and like all that shit after he's downloaded it? And in my mind he just took out the dual revolvers and just started shooting all the machines. He's just blown up the room by shooting everything. Left the overseer alive because like, man, he doesn't need his memory wiped. You know, he knows you guys are he needs a memory wipe, but he doesn't need the whole thing wiped because like I don't think he can wipe that much memory with how long it went on, but he basically just don't remember me psyker, and that's it. That's all he needed. Because you can remember that you guys are there because you were all in such perfect disguises. He didn't need to work that hard for it.
Yeah. Okay.
And it also helps with.
I think that was like definitely like I didn't contribute much while the heist was going on.
Yeah.
But I did contribute that.
Yeah. It was pretty good. All in all, wow. That's all I got for you. Wow. And I'm gonna end the stream here if no one's got any complaints or last words.
The only thing I can add on to it is just it will be very interesting to play as a Perlman in the future if it ever does come up again. with his first major taste into the Under Hive was, I went to go get a piece to save my world. I was doing so great. I was sweating oil bullets. and it looked like we were in the home stretch until some sewer rat came out with a gun and said, "I'ma do it," and blew us all up. He hated this. He hated this, but he's at least thankful that the others kept to the end of their deal and gave him the part. I will say, I don't know how much this influenced it other than him just not squealing during the interrogation. But also, just as well, I had it in the back of my mind, like, the cameras still are focused on everything. And if worse comes to worse, if I just shut up and don't say anything other than act in self-defense during that fight, it would hopefully not further incriminate me, and it would just, it's just a dude with a hammer defending himself. Because I could have said anything just to the that would have been incriminating before the Arbites. Granted, not that he would need much to just cave my skull in, but,
Well, fortunately, you've gotten away with
somehow.
Yeah, everyone got something out of it. It was still a cohesive ending in spite of being insane. And yeah,
Yes.
basically because you didn't rat, he stuck out for you. If you, I rolled a D100 and it rolled a 6, super in your favor, because he has, to put it simply as he would to you, he has contacts in the Enforcers. Some of them are corrupt in his favor. Not because they're necessarily bad, but quite the contrary, because they see that some of these guys are just trying to make a living. And whatnot. It's mostly old veterans that, were part of the rebellion years ago, and like him have realized that things are messy down here, and that violence isn't solving the problem right now. But that does not extend to the arbitrators. That was hard to slip past him, so the 6 really helped with that. And in the end, he wouldn't have done it if you had ratted them out even remotely.
Yeah.
That was no killing, no being a snitch, etc. And
Okay.
you're in. As far as he's concerned, you're cool.
Hooray! So there is a question that me and Andy are going to be assuming we're both going to be thinking of. The new recruit for the guard,
Yep.
were they the only one that wasn't on the payroll?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's...
I fucking called it.
Yep.
Fucking boss.
If you were able to convince them, they would have helped you. If you could convince them that you were doing legitimate stuff and like doing a bust, they would have been able to help.
That's why I tried so
Also-
hard. It's like, hey, let's not jump to conclusions if they want to prove that they're innocent in all this.
Also, the reason I made it a woman is because originally, it was another minor kink for the plan. Because originally, I was wondering if Andy was still going to do the thing of like switching into a guard uniform to patrol, right? And so just in case he did, I left it so it's like, yeah, you could do it, but also you gotta squeeze into like a woman's outfit that's not big enough for you. Just because I thought it'd be really funny.
That'd be hilarious.
I will say, first impressions of the system, it is quite terrifying on how hyper lethal it is.
Yeah, it's more
that's
lethal 4th
scary.
edition. Because it's the same as 4th edition, but all the damage is on average 1 higher. You can't break AP, and crits are just like way more deadly, way faster. Well, that's not true. Crits are more dangerous faster. They're not more deadly faster.
And toughness isn't a mitigation.
Well, that's what I mean. Average of 1 higher damage. Because now all the weapons have, basically compared to 4th edition, all the weapons have 2 less damage, but toughness is gone, so that's an average of 1 damage higher.
Mm-hmm.
-2 to damage, -3 to defenses, basically.
Certainly, if we ever continue this in the future, certainly going to look into getting heavier armor.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Getting hit in general is super dangerous.
Yeah.
Because I was under the impression, like, with my toughness and everything else, and even, like, the 2 AP, technically 3 on my right arm, I was like, wow, I'm a relatively tanky fellow, and then the first ever combat in this...
That's the thing, is he is!
Yes.
No toughness. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's because toughness already contributes to your wounds, so it's not like it doesn't help you, but yeah.
It does
what was I
both
gonna
of
say?
it in 4th edition.
Yeah. But, I was gonna say the another important note is crits are more common, not just because of like doubles and stuff, but there are things that inflict automatic crits. Like a stealth attack is just a free crit.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. What
But,
also
like, if-
scares me with this? Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was gonna say, so if that guy had shot you in the back of the head with the stealth thing, the drag, then it would have been an automatic, just like crit to the face.
Yeah, death, probably. But I will say, uh, another thing that scares me about the system is the fact that if you get hit by a crit, your only option that I've seen so far
fade.
is,
to
yeah,
fade it
that's
I haven't seen
yeah.
it. Yeah, I've been looking. I haven't seen anything indicating you can break AP for it.
yeah, that's a very terrifying aspect, and to an extent, I almost wonder if the system is a little bit the only
Too
change
lethal? Yeah.
I would make, the only change I would make is I'm fine with the. It's very interesting that the toughness doesn't do it. I'm fine with that. The only thing I think I would change is just if you get crit and you have armor in that location, allow it to break because
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how that would work narratively. It's strange, but it's because it's not
What do
like
you mean?
old
It
armor
works-
like getting like, leather hacked off like the straps and stuff. But some of it's like really durable stuff.
Oh, that's true. Some of it is power armor.
Yeah, and that stuff. But I do agree there should be something.
yeah,
Why?
because
It would be nice, like for example, I think a good one would be if armor reduced the value of the crit in some cases.
yeah, that would be a good one too.
Like, but stuff like that. I'll keep digging. It'd be funny if I'm just wrong and you can break it and everyone's just been eating shit for nothing. But
It's
either
the
way,
first session.
yeah, I hosted it as I understood it,
Yeah.
which it's worth looking into because I don't dislike the system. I still like fourth edition more, but I like a lot of what it brings to the
Yeah.
table. There's a lot of really neat ideas I would like to port between the two. I really like their zones and like environmental trait things. That's just kind of a neat, simplified way to do it.
I
That's
do
kind of charming.
like that. Although I'm still a fan of the regular movement. I guess
They do
This
have
feels a
optional
bit-
rules for it in it.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. It's just this feels a bit too abstract for me.
I like the abstraction
Yeah.
because it makes it cool for narrating stuff and fights like moving instead of being
okay.
stationary.
That is the major benefit. You are
Yeah.
allowed a larger area of freedom of movement.
Because that's
That
always
is
been
true.
that is my one issue with like gridlocked movement is you can't do things where like people are stepping back or like circling around each other and stuff that would normally be covered in like narrative. Because they're all locked on a grid and it matters where their placement is. So I kind of like it for allowing that kind of stuff, but yeah, I do usually like the more measured stuff more.
It has its pros, it has its cons. The
Of
book
course.
is.
I wanted to run it without the optional rules, like just for how they
Yeah,
expect
yeah,
it to be done.
I want to see what the errata is and hope to God that it makes additions to the weapons because
I doubt it. It'll probably be another book down the line, like Up in Arms.
because that it really, like we've been saying, it really gives a feeling that the whole thing was rushed.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Because Up in Arms was like one of the best additions to 4th edition. I really like the way they made the weapons feel in that. It's so much nicer. I'm surprised they didn't stick with it for this. Which maybe it's because it was already in production before Up in Arms came out. This has just been a long time coming, who knows? But yeah. Either way, first impressions are positive. Not perfect,
Yeah,
but
no, for
positive
sure.
in my mind.
Yeah.
And yeah. Hope you guys
It's
had
good to
fun.
play something in 40k.
I hope
yes.
fun was existing.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
I will say.
Go on.
I will say it certainly seems like a system where you shouldn't get too attached to your characters.
Yeah, it's a lot more meat grindery,
Oh,
like the older
for
Warhammer
sure.
Fantasy ones. As opposed to like 4th edition, your characters are so much tankier than the old ones, yet also get hit a lot more, like because of the
Yeah.
crit system, on parries and stuff. But anyways, I'm gonna end the stream now. Thank you all for coming to the show. Fire consume us all, apparently.
Bye.
Yeah.